Hey everyone, how are y'all? Brian Hoffman, how are you tonight? Sally Mae, how are you? Hey Michelle, how are you? Hey Loaded Hot, how are you tonight? Princess Megan, how are you? Hey K Braz, how are you tonight? Hey Sandra, how are you? Big Al, how are you? Hey Obsessed for Disneyland, how are you? All right, let's see if Nightbot is actually on time tonight, people. Email is pinned to the top of the chat if anybody needs to send anything to me. Obsessed for Disneyland, I love you too, honey. Thank you for joining us tonight. I have discovered Celsius tropical flavored caffeinated drink. Never heard of that. Hey, Jason, how are you? Marissa, how are you? Hey, K Mash. Okay, Brian, you said that you have emailed me. Give me just a second and let me check it. 0 calories or carbs. Hmm. Amethyst, how are you? Okay, Brian, I got your email, but I'll have to watch it after I'm done here, okay? Hey, Cujo. Sheila, how are you? Hey, Misbehaving, how are you? Amethyst, I'm doing good, thank you. So send it to Big Al. He can check it out. He will want to bring it up. Okay, Brian. Yeah, I can send it over to him. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm writing something down for Troll real quick. Jazzy D, how are you? I'm writing down the commands. He had them the other night with him, and I don't know what happened to them. Hey, Scott, how are you? Sally Mae, apparently one and or both of them have left the channel over an issue. Loaded Hot, did I say hi to you a minute ago? I can't remember if I did or not. All right. All right, y'all. Let me get back into my other email and grab this article. Okay, Loaded Hot, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I did. All right, so apparently, at least two of the victims, Kaylee and Maddie's families, are going to be seeking the death penalty or pushing for the death penalty, I guess would be a better thing to say. Marissa, when did that happen to your daughter? Hey, Vapor, how are you? Hey, Che, how are you? Oh, wow. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. And Che, yeah, I'm doing good. Saturday, oh my God, Marissa, did they arrest the person who did that? Wow, I hate to hear that. There are some crazy people in this world, y'all. For real. Brian, do you have Twitter? See, no. Well, Marissa, hopefully they will catch the person who did it and arrest their ass and put them in jail. Because that is just crazy. Okay, Brian, that's fine. I'll send it to, I'll send the link to Big Al on Twitter. Wow. Let's see, I called no signs. Is she okay though, Marissa? Like, I mean, other than probably being in shock. Nor no tick nor talk. Okay, Brad says too funny. He don't even have a phone. He's told me that before. He doesn't have a phone either. But it's good, Brian. I'll send it to him. So she has sore messed up her eyelash extension. Oh, well, at least though she's. Other than that, Marissa, at least she's okay. I hate to hear that that happened to her though. Oh, Amethyst, thank you. Jazzy, I don't either. Men are just, I don't know. Some men out there are just pure asses. Loaded Hot, you just found my Twitter? No, Marissa, that's fine, honey. Tell her though that we're happy that nothing worse than that happened to her, and that we're happy she's okay. All right, well, Loaded Hot Troll just posted the Twitter link in there. If you haven't followed me, then go ahead and follow me, and I will follow you back. Hold on, I gotta pull my chat up on my phone too, y'all. 1 second. All right. Hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you? Okay, so let's get this pulled up. Tiff, I am doing good, thank you. Everything has moved around on my screen tonight. It's not where it's supposed to be. Okay, so the families of Bryan Kohberger's victims will seek the death penalty for the Idaho murder suspect and speak out on a plea deal. Let me fix this where y'all can see it a little bit better here. Hey, Lady V, how are you? All right, so Kohberger, who was indicted by a grand jury earlier in May and has pleaded not guilty. Well, technically, he didn't plead not guilty. He just stood silent and allowed the judge to enter his plea. Um, anyway, he pleaded not guilty in connection to the November 22nd deaths of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee. So the families of Gonzalez and Mogan have filed notices indicating their support for the death penalty. We spoke to the prosecutor on the case, Mr. Thompson. He's going to meet with all the families individually and then make a decision based on that. So the Gonzalez family obviously supports the death penalty in the case. Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney, has told News Nation. They want justice for the deaths of their daughter, and Maddie, and Xana, and Ethan, Gray said. It's a part of the process, you know. The tort claims notice that I filed is just standard procedure, which I did show those. It's just Maddie's family and Kaylee's family letting the town of Moscow, WSU, University of Idaho, I believe it was Idaho State Police, just letting them know that they might file a lawsuit. And if they do, they have 2 years to do it. So that is something that has to be filed to protect the interests not only of the families, but the victims and the community. Meanwhile, Gray shared that the families are looking to take legal actions against the city of Moscow where the killings took place. The filings dated May the 3rd and May 11th by the Gonzalez and the Mogan family have revealed that they could sue the city for damages according to the documents obtained by ABC News. And I can pull them up again if y'all need me to. Elizabeth, how are you? So hands down, the P-perp as a serial killer will reoffend and tie up courts and the penal system till he's gone. Hey, Duncan, how are you? Elizabeth, I agree. If he hasn't done it before, I still think there's a possibility that he might have done this before. Hey, Daylight, how are you? Sally, they didn't come out and say their reasons why. They just did the claims to let them know that if they decided to, uh, that they could, but they have a limited time, which is the 2 years that they can do it, and they didn't put in a specified amount either. So if they do decide to take legal action against all of these places, at that time it would come out for the reason and the amount that they're going for. So Gray told the outlet that the filed claims protect the family's rights to file a lawsuit in the next 2 years. Filing a tort claims notice is really just a safeguard, Gray told ABC News. It's a safeguard to protect the interests of the families, the victims, and really the whole community around, because if something goes wrong or was done improperly, then someone is held accountable for that. So that could be one thing. Um, Not necessarily if they don't agree with how the or what the outcome would be, but just if they find out that they didn't investigate the case correctly. So that could be one reason. So similar claims have been filed with Washington State University, the University of Idaho, and the Idaho State Police, Gray told ABC News. Those aren't meant to do anything other than to protect the interests of the families and the victims moving forward. So Kohberger appeared in court on May the 22nd to enter a plea. He wore an orange prison-issued jumpsuit and was not handcuffed, and was spotted briefly smiling at his attorney, Ann Taylor, as he was escorted into the courtroom. After being asked if he understood the charges and the penalties, the accused killer firmly replied yes to the judge, John Judge. Kohberger said unemotional as the judge read the names of each victim one at a time as he announced the four first-degree murder charges against him. So when asked for his plea, Kohberger remained silent. Taylor rose and said, "Your Honor, we are standing silent," and the judge then entered the not guilty pleas for him. When a defendant stands silent in court, they are exercising their right to remain silent. The families of Mogan and Gonzalez were also in the court, according to the Idaho Statesman reporter Angela Palmero, who was in court for the arraignment. A trial date has been set for October the 2nd and is expected to last about 6 weeks. Following the arraignment, the judge held a hearing regarding the strict gag order prohibiting police officers or the attorneys from speaking to the media about the case. The judge did not make any decisions on the gag order and set another hearing for June the 9th to address it. So I can't see my calendar for June yet, but roughly 2 weeks from now. So Kohberger is accused of killing the group of friends in their off-campus residence in Moscow on the morning of November the 13th of 2022. The 28-year-old PhD criminology student at WSU in Washington has been held in the Idaho jail since he was arrested at his parents' residence in Monroe County, Pennsylvania on December the 30th. Prior to the slayings, investigators said that Kohberger had visited the house on King Road 12 times dating back to June of 2022. I thought they said that August the 21st was the first time he had been there, which was the night that he got pulled over for the seatbelt violation. But they're saying on this one all the way back to June of 2022, which is also when he got right around the time he got his new phone for AT&T. Okay, so June the 9th is a Friday. Thank you, Amethyst. So Kohberger's visits were typically in the late evening or the early morning hours, court documents have said, and during the early morning hours of November the 13th, investigators said that Kohberger sneaked into the 3-floor house undetected via a sliding glass door. 28-year-old then allegedly brutally stabbed Mogan and Gonzalez to death in a second-floor bedroom. Okay, so that is not right. Proceeded to kill Kernodle and Chapin in their third-floor rooms. They got that completely flipped backwards. So the case went unsolved for over a month until investigators announced Kohberger's arrest, and investigators linked the 28-year-old suspect to the crime scene after they matched his DNA on a knife sheath left behind, lying next to the victims, Mogan and Gonzalez. The Moscow police officer Brett Payne said he noticed that the two best friends, 21, had visible stab wounds. Well, K-Mash, if you have theories about this case, why don't you come on panel tonight? If you want to, of course. And tell your theories, and we can discuss them. Because I'm interested to hear them. The prosecution could have hired Nancy Greens. Could y'all see Nancy Grace in the courtroom during this case? That would be epic. So he added that when later viewing the room and they were in from the door, he noticed what appeared to be a leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. The sheath was later processed, had the K-Bar USMC, and then the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe court documents have revealed. So y'all wouldn't want to. Okay, so Big Al and K Brass would not want to see Nancy Grace in the courtroom. I think it would be epic. I really do. So she wouldn't be able to keep her mouth shut. I mean, she would get her opinions out there. Hey, musical, how are you? See, I'd rather watch The View for a week than see Nancy Grace attach this case. Some people don't like her, Big Al. I do though. Uh, Not everything I don't agree with, but there are some things she makes good points about. Michelle, I would love to see her. Just one of the cases that she has done, I would love to see it in court, just to see how she is in court. 1 second, y'all. I'm just checking. Yeah, detective, how are you? See, what blows my mind is, so you did all the killings in 8 minutes. Net detective, some people think that couldn't be done in 8 minutes, and some people are thinking that it could be. I don't know. I still think somebody was involved with it. Somebody else, along with Ron. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? She'll probably be kicked out. Or she would be making the faces that she makes. Something would be said in the court during the trial that she wouldn't agree with, and just the faces. See, Nancy Grace never lost. She really hasn't, net detectives? I didn't know that. I would still like to watch her in action in the courtroom, though. That would be that would be an awesome thing to watch. Let's see. It's easy to never lose when you cherry pick cases. All right. So apparently, like the article is saying, the Gonzalez family and Maddie's family are going to push for the um, the death penalty. Don't know how Ethan's family feels about it, or Xana's dad, but we did hear Xana's mom say that she wasn't that type of person that wants the death penalty. She just wants the justice, and that's it. Have you noticed since the Ronnie case's son seems to be creating to the TC community on every case? Yeah, they put out a lot of whatever's popular on social media. It seems like that's what their stories are. See, I like controversial people, so that's why I dig her. Just not, I like her, but like I said, some people don't. Um, I don't know. I just think I like her because she's like straightforward. All right, 1 second. I'm trying to still get all of my stuff moved around on my screen. because it seems like it's all backwards tonight for some reason. Let's see, did you see Nikki Alcaraz was spotted? Marissa, I seen somebody posted her thing, a picture of her on Twitter, just like an hour or so ago, and said that she was seen in what I think it was Redding, California, at a Walmart. Let's see. Don't even think my own lawyer is on the 16 degrees. I mean, she's just blunt. Maybe not on everything, but on a lot of things, I think she is. Sally Mae, they were talking about the Nikki Alcaraz lady that's been missing. She, her and her boyfriend left from Tennessee, was on their way to Southern California, and an incident happened in New Mexico where the police were involved because he had beat her up. And then, like right after that, uh, she went missing and hasn't been seen since May the 6th. She did sent a text to her sister May the 8th and said she was in Arizona, but they haven't heard from her since then. And she sent pictures to her sister, and she had like a black eye and bruises all over her and all that. And this guy that she's with is her boyfriend, on and off boyfriend for like 15 years, I think one place that I read said. And he's actually got a warrant out for his arrest right now in Tennessee for failure to appear on a probation violation. Sally, it was, I don't know if she was using like the self checkout at Walmart, or if it was maybe an ATM or something, but it was a super close up picture of her. And this girl had, she has a, I guess they're called a lip ring that's like right in the middle of the top lip. And Nikki has one also. But she had a shirt on, so you really couldn't see the chest tattoo or anything like that to confirm, but it looked like her, and they're saying that it was her. And she did send a text to her sister on May the 8th and said she was in Arizona and that she would be continuing on to Southern California um, in 2 days. And plate readers caught her vehicle in Flagstaff on May the 8th. So it went along with what the text had said. It's just that her family hadn't heard from her and we're super worried. Okay, so it was an ATM. Thank you, Marissa. Yes, K Browse. It's a 2013 black Jeep Wrangler. It's got a Mama Tried bumper sticker and then camo seat covers. I believe was the description that they gave out on the vehicle. And supposedly they had a dog also with them, but I don't know what happened to the dog. I don't know if they still have the dog with them or what. Someone has a video of Brian K's eyes doing some crazy stuff in court. His eyes, King Scarlet, is just, I don't know. They're very creepy. I don't know if it's because they're like, they look like they're sunk into his head. That's what they look like. And they're big. And I think that's what makes, or one thing that makes him look creepy. But he doesn't have any emotions. And it's, his eyes are just, it's like a blank stare coming from him. Marissa, I'm not sure. Okay, so they go in different. They go in. His eyes go in different directions. I've never noticed that, but I did see something a while back. Um, Somebody had put something out about the reason why his eyes were so big. It was some kind of condition, but I can't remember now what it was. But yeah, King Scarlet for sure. Send that to me if you don't mind, just whenever you get time. But his eyes are like Ted Bundy's. It's just that blank stare that it's just weird and creepy. How are you?
Hello. Yes, I second your creepy.
Do what?
I second your creepy and raising no soul.
Just no emotions.
Yeah, he has no soul. You can see right
No.
through his head.
Yeah.
It's like an
It's
empty hallway.
it's I, it's that blank stare that you like. If you just look at a picture of Ted Bundy,
Yep.
it's that same look.
Yep. Blank. Nothing.
Right. No
Void.
no
Void of all emotion. Just nothing.
no care about anybody, um, or how they feel, or anything. Like just no. Hey, Summer, how are you? No, no respect for nobody other than themselves, and they really don't have respect for themselves. It's just I've never seen nobody else other than them two that have that look.
I mean, the reality of it is that if I'm not guilty of something and it's this horrific, you're gonna have to hold me down. I'm gonna have a really hard time keeping my mouth shut. I'm certainly not gonna be that emotionless. I mean, he was just blah.
Yeah. And that's I've said that before that if I was to ever get accused of something that I didn't do, I would get contempt of court because as soon as I walked into the courtroom, I would be screaming and I wouldn't shut it up.
Yeah, I'd have a hard time, especially if I was
And
looking at the death penalty. I mean,
right.
that's
And
just can't
there's
imagine it.
some people that are on trial and they're facing the death penalty or just life in prison and they will sit there throughout the entire trial and act like this look on their face that they don't even care.
Yep.
They're not worried about it. It doesn't bother them. And I always think to myself, like, how do you sit in court if you're saying that you're not guilty? How do you sit in court like that?
And keep your mouth shut.
I
I
just
couldn't do it. I couldn't. They'd end up with duct tape on my mouth or have to pull me out because I'd freak out. If I really didn't do it, I would freak out.
right. I don't understand it. Like it's almost like they give them something before they go into court to where they can't talk or show any emotions.
Like they're giving him 2 Valium in the hallway.
It's something is what it seems like.
I,
Like the Zachariah Anderson case. He
yeah,
was on trial for just like a month or so ago. He was on trial for killing his ex girlfriend slash baby's mama's new boyfriend. And just sit there like, I mean, he would talk back and forth with his attorney, but it was just like not a big deal. He pled
yeah.
not guilty. He says he didn't do it, but it was I don't
Ducking felonies says they do sedate inmates, though calling it mental health treatment. You're absolutely right. That is a fact. The med cart is full of things to calm people down in jail or prison.
I mean, maybe that's what they're giving them in, in the morning times before court to keep them calm or whatever. But it's literally, I would be acting like I swallowed it and then spit it back out and be like, yeah, I didn't do nothing. Y'all got the wrong person. It would be an everyday thing if I was on trial for something that I didn't do.
So they're sprinkling it on his vegan scrambled eggs.
Do they even make those?
I don't know. I was joking.
You don't have me Googling vegan eggs
They
now.
probably, you know what? They probably do. To be honest with you, they
That,
probably do.
that would be gross.
Fake scrambled eggs would not surprise me.
Ugh.
Make a lot of fake stuff.
Yeah, 1, 2. Yes, I'm doing good. Thank you. I don't know. It's just and
Yes, Jen, come up on panel.
let's see. Maybe I'll come. Jen, here, let me put the link back out for you. You're more than welcome to come up. I was wanting K Mash to come up if they wanted to. Because they were talking about they have, theories and stuff like that. And if they got theories, I would like to hear them. Hey, Iris, how are you? Okay, yes, just eggs. So Marissa, they have vegan eggs. Like, what is vegan eggs made
I
out of?
get some type of material. I don't know. I don't know. That's weird. Iris says, "Good evening. In my opinion, cases that all circumstantial, the death penalty should not apply. It's too risky and immoral." Yeah, I mean, everybody has an opinion on the death penalty for sure. You're either for it
Right?
or you're
Yeah.
not. If it's your child, that could influence your opinion. I think.
Hey, hey, Jason. Yeah, some people are completely against it, and if you're against it, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
you have a
everybody's
right to
entitled to
that.
an opinion.
Right. You have, and I respect that. Me personally, I'm for it as long as they prove 1,000% they have the right person.
Yeah,
Because no matter what, I don't want to see the wrong person going down for something they didn't
I
do.
absolutely agree with that statement.
Okay, so
It
they
has to
have
be bulletproof.
plant-based vegan eggs.
Well, there you go. They have plant-based everything else. I can tell you that. My food guy's constantly trying to sell me stuff. You'll bring people in. I'm like, I'm in the freaking woods, dude. People come
How
up
do
here
you
for a greasy burger and meat.
how do you get an egg out of plants?
How do you get a burger out of plants?
I
And
don't know.
they actually kind of taste like a burger.
I've never ate any.
I tried a couple different kinds because they wanted me to bring them in, and I tried them, and they didn't taste horrible, but they're just too expensive.
It's just the point that you know that it's
Well, that too.
plant-based. Okay, so Daylight said Google vegan eggs that come in a variety of guises and are carefully crafted to replicate not only the savory standalone taste, but also the unbeatable bonding qualities of animal laid versions. It
Did
just
you?
seems like that there would like the bonding thing. Yeah, like
Yeah.
what
What's the binding
yeah,
thing?
what are they using to bond it to make a vegan egg?
I don't know. I'm still a fan of just walking down to the neighbor's house and going, "You got any eggs? Sweet."
Let's see. Frog and squirrel taste like chicken.
Yes, frog and squirrel do taste like chicken. So
To a
does
point.
gator.
Gators really, yeah. Hey Jan, how are you?
Gator's
Let's,
only good if the right person cleans it.
yes, and
It has
cooks
to be
it,
washed a lot.
and it's got to be cooked right.
Yeah, it's got to be cooked right. Soylent Green. Yeah, eat the mush.
Yeah, yeah.
Eat the mush.
Beef, exactly, K-Braz. Beef is what's for dinner, and maybe that's why he looks so pale
I'm sure it
in
is.
court. I mean,
He's definitely starved for vitamins.
boy
It's
needs
gotta be.
some. I said it the other night. He needs some red meat.
Yeah, he needs some iron.
Like he needs some protein.
It
Just
doesn't look
eat.
good. He definitely doesn't look good.
No, he looks very pale the other day compared to what he looked like the very first time we saw him. It,
Well, I'm sure he's not getting out of his cell much. He's not getting any
no
real sunlight
sun.
unless the courtyard they have him in, actually is in the sun at that moment when he's outside. Because
True.
normally it's four walls and a wire chain roof. That's your outside, in a county jail. Because I think he's in the county jail, right?
He's
Yeah,
in Blaytall County Jail right
yeah.
now.
So if he's outside, he's in a courtyard.
Vapor said that's why his brain is jacked up.
I
I,
think he was jacked up before that.
I mean, does being because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not disrespecting people who are vegan if that's
No,
your
you live your
choice,
best life.
but does being a vegan can that could affect your brain, couldn't it? Like your
There are people that say there are health issues associated with being a vegetarian or vegan. There are people that say that. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know because I'll eat meat till the day I die.
right.
That's just I'm a meat eater.
Okay, so Jen said, ain't gonna lie, the Impossible Burger is pretty good with non-vegans cheese and dressed up like a burger should be. See, I only eat white cheese, but I can't eat no non-vegan cheese.
Yeah, I don't. It's not cheese.
Yeah,
It should have a different name. You shouldn't be allowed to call it cheese if it's not cheese.
right. Like give it give it some other name.
Something cheese substitute at the very least, because it's not
Something.
cheese.
And daylight, you are right. Meat is good for you. You get your proteins, and I mean you get protein from eggs, actual eggs that came from a chicken.
The creator gave us canine teeth for a reason.
I mean it's yeah.
It
Charles said,
wasn't
"Give me some meat and potatoes." Yeah, we are people here. We eat off the land, like
right.
you know, deer, hogs, whatever. I just and I get if it's for a religious reason, I respect that, or if it's like for medical reasons. Um, but just because you're self-diagnosing yourself with a visual snow, and then you think that becoming vegan is going to help that,
I don't know.
you know,
Jenny forces my husband's retired law enforcement. He said a lot of what they serve in jail is already vegan because it's soy based.
yeah.
It's cheaper, yeah, and
That's
that's
probably why hospital food tastes so bad too.
well. I can tell you,
Yeah.
food service companies right now are pushing more soy base and different base products on restaurants, like hardcore. Like they're making it super, almost dirt cheap,
Right.
just to get restaurants to carry it, to get people more used to not eating meat. Is why I think they're doing it.
See, that's why if I'm ever in a hospital, people bring me food. Uh,
Last time I
pray
was
I
in
don't
the
ever get locked up.
last time I was in the hospital, I ordered a pizza to the intensive care unit, and my nurses were really pissed off.
Yeah, I don't eat
Really
hospital
pissed off.
food.
They were not happy. You cannot eat that greasy pepperoni pizza, Al. I was like, well, I guess you guys are then, because I'm
That's why you
starving.
just get people to sneak it into you.
Oh no, there's no sneaking into where I was.
There's always a way. Don't think that it can't be snuck in.
Oh, I'm sure it can be done.
Okay, so let's see. Let's think back to when he started his vegan diet, which was around the time, was he 15 or 16? When he was doing all them Tappa Talk posts or whatever about his visual snow. See, he has always been weird, but not until he changed his diet, lost weight, and started being aggressive. Yes, that during the time that he started losing the weight, and they're claiming like the weight loss, and I believe it's when his drug addiction started. Um, that's when he started becoming super aggressive, and that's when people started not wanting to be around him.
Well, I'm sure it had something to do with the chemical imbalance he was creating by taking all protein out of his, all
Right?
natural protein out of his diet. Can't be. It can't be good for you. I'm sorry.
No.
It just can't.
And like I said, if it's for health issues, and they say, look, there's in food that is not vegan, there's things in there that you don't need because it's making whatever your condition is worse. You need to go to vegan food because it will help you. Completely understand. That's like gluten. Some people can't have gluten because it does things to their body that makes them worse. Um, I completely get that, but just doing it because you literally self-medicated yourself, and then when you restart it, then you he has the vegan diet starting, he has the weight loss going, and then he has the drug addiction going, all three at the same time. That I mean, if his brain was messed up then, think about or before then, think about all three of those things close to the same time.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a
Hey,
lot for one
Polecat, how are
person.
you? Yeah, and if there was any other type of mental health issue that he had going on that maybe he didn't know about, or that we didn't, or that maybe he didn't even know, maybe he hadn't been diagnosed with anything else, that didn't help it either. See, Marissa says, me, I have celiac. Yeah, anybody with celiac disease can't have gluten. I know that they say that gluten is not good for people with autism. They need all gluten free. Now, my son, he's going to eat it whether it's got gluten in it or it don't.
It's,
I mean,
that's the one thing that I caved on with the restaurant is I do offer a couple of gluten-free options
right. Well, I mean,
because
it would,
there's so many people now that
right.
are eating that way
Yeah. Yeah. My
because
son,
they have to, like you said, they need
yeah,
to because of their bodies.
right. And it's always good to offer that. Or even if you had a vegan thing, but like how many people, just for even a religious reason or a health reason, how many people come into your restaurant that would need a vegan menu?
I've never been asked for a vegan menu,
Because,
but
like,
I'm a dive bar restaurant on the side of a highway, so I mean,
probably
I don't look very vegan from the road.
traveling's maybe coming through there, but like, how many people travel in your area? It's not like it's a tourist
My
spot.
area?
Is it
Oh,
like you get a lot of tourist people?
I'm the biggest tourist area in the state of Minnesota. That's I depend on tourism 100%.
Okay, well, then you
Well,
probably have,
90%, 90%. But they just
but
don't ask here.
if well, you don't advertise like
No,
vegan
no,
options.
I don't even
That could be
advertise
the
gluten
reason.
free. I
Okay,
let my servers tell them, yeah, we have gluten free buns, and honestly, our gluten free pizza
they don't
is
really taste any
it's
different.
killer. It's
Uh,
absolutely killer. It's super crispy and really good. And
there's certain things like that we buy that'll be gluten free. I think some of the cereals that you can get now is gluten free, but anything gluten free, you really can't tell a difference.
well, the hamburger
The
buns, you can tell the difference.
Really, I've
Oh
never
yeah,
had those.
yeah, the hamburger buns, you can tell the difference.
Which I don't eat. Like the only time I eat a hamburger bun is not very often. So
The wraps, you really can't tell, but by taste, but the consistency is different.
mhm.
You know, they're a little bit chewier. Yeah, Podcat says the buns get soggy quick. Yep. Actually, when we do a gluten free option for someone, we
Mhm.
separate the meat from the bun and let them put the meat on the bun at the table.
Right.
Otherwise, by the time they actually get the burger built and they're ready to eat, the bottom of the bun is just like gone. It just disappears, even if you toast them. It's tricky, man. There's but like I said, there's people that it's a medical condition that being a vegan usually isn't a medical condition. That's a choice.
Yeah.
So I'm all about providing, but you can't provide for everybody.
No, because I mean, if you don't have that many people who only eat just that way, you
Yeah,
can't keep the. I mean, like the food.
you can kind of tell by looking at a restaurant from the outside, and most of the time if they're going to have like vegan options. If there's 4 Priuses parked out front, probably. In front
Right.
of my place, there's a bunch of pickup trucks and ATVs and razors and shit like that. It
Yeah.
doesn't look like a place you're going to come and get vegan anything.
About like it is around here. There's.
Probably.
I don't think there's that I know anybody that is vegan for any reason.
I have a niece that's vegan, but she lives in California, so there you go.
Yeah. Hey, Bullets, how are you?
She wasn't vegan before she went to California.
Yeah. I don't think there's. I don't think I know anybody. I do
I think
know a
the
lot of
diet.
people that are gluten free, but
Brian, you're right. The diet. He said the diet was for. They said the diet was for weight, but I don't know if the vegan diet was for weight.
yeah,
That's just
it
how he
was.
took it.
I want to say one of those Tappa Talk posts that he done, where he was talking about the visual snow and all this and that. I want to say in one of those posts is when he said that he was starting the vegan diet because he heard that it helps alleviate the visual snow.
Well, it's pretty amazing to me as someone from the field how this guy scrubbed the internet of his existence.
Yeah,
It's not an easy thing to do.
there's not a whole lot out there on him.
I guarantee you he was active in social media under different accounts.
I mean, there's
they're going to
people
find that in
still,
his computer, I'm sure.
yeah, and phone and
Yeah,
everything else.
there's going to be a lot that comes out about that, I think.
I mean, a lot of people think that he was Papa Rogers. Like, they're still going on about that. Some people think that he is. Some people think that he wasn't. Honestly, I don't know because some people are saying, well, he brought up about the knife sheath being left or whatever. Well, or how it was posted based on the evidence. I'm led to believe that the police found the sheath, but there was someone else that had mentioned the sheath before Papa Rogers did. And I forgot like how far before, but it was they had mentioned it first, and then Papa Rogers came out. Um, but I don't know if he's really that person or not. He could be and he couldn't be. I mean, well, I guess we'll just have to wait until the trial starts to
Uh,
see if they come out, because if they came out and it's him, they're the prosecution's more than likely going to bring that up too.
you would
You
think
know,
so.
about the whole sheath and all that,
Yeah.
because only the murderer, other than the police, would know that the sheath was left.
Or the survivors, and we still don't know how many hours they were actually privy to what happened.
Right. Yeah,
And
because we don't know if they went upstairs and looked in Kaylee and Maddie's room.
yeah, we have no
Uh,
idea. They might have walked in, saw the sheath, and texted another friend about it.
and so,
Who knows? I mean, there's just so much we don't know. I mean, it's
right,
a huge guessing game right now,
right.
and none of it's like that far fetched. I really haven't heard that many theories that are that far out there where I go, well, that's not possible.
No, because it's like Kylie Robbins' case.
Yep.
A lot of things make sense. There's just no like we can't prove it.
Yeah, the
You know,
Rodney case was the worst for things making sense because there's still a lot of things that make sense in that case that I can't believe it just went away the way it did. I
yeah,
still can't.
Ca-
The misconduct, judicial misconduct in that case is staggering.
crazy. Hey Max, how are
Staggering.
you? Yeah, it's that whole case is crazy
When you
too.
have children policing each other, something's broken.
When you have police allowing a child to police other kids, it's ridiculous. It's I don't know. This has been like two cases back to back
Yep.
that has been all over the place, but the police involved has been crazy too. Just it
And they're
doesn't
both
make
small
sense.
towns, that
Right.
aren't used to anything this high profile, or ever had anything for that matter this high profile.
True.
And it's shocking to me that usually law enforcement gets put under the microscope, but and there really haven't been
Well,
with
I
some
mean,
of these bigger cases.
if you look at it like this, Truckee is they depend on like a lot of their money comes during
It's
snow season.
tourism. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
tourism, but it's also property owners, and the property owners are very influential people.
right. A lot of money there. But then
Yeah.
if you look at Moscow, you got the college there, so
Yep.
their money comes from that college, and that's what like all the businesses in that town. Most of their proceeds come from the college students or the families when they come into town to visit or whatever.
Oh yeah,
So
the businesses in that town are 100% dependent on that college.
yeah, so you've got two different places that they depend on a certain thing. I mean, they're both like one's tourism and the other's a college, but they want to keep everything hush hush and very quiet because of that. They don't want people being turned away from there. Because I can tell you, Truckee is a very weird. Like, there's not everybody from there. It's weird.
Right. There's a couple people that have been on panels and in different chats that I've been in. One of them comes in here. I forget his name. RC.
RT.
RT. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a pretty straight up dude.
right. Yeah, he's been on my panel a couple of times, and he's always been cool.
Yeah,
You
he's
know,
very analytical. He's pretty cool, and I
right.
mean, he did a lot of legwork for another channel during all
Hmm.
that. That he didn't have to do, and he knew a
Right.
lot. He knew a lot about the town. So I mean,
Right.
I wish someone would wander in that's from there, or went to school there, because I have a
But
lot of questions
yeah,
for
there's
someone that really knows.
right. And then you've got Moscow that is straight. I mean, and just think of it like think of. I don't know how big Pullman is. I've never looked at like the population of Pullman, but you've got Moscow here that's got University of Idaho. Just right across the state line, you've got WSU. And a lot of people have said that the shopping in Moscow is better than Pullman or over in Washington. So I'm sure a lot of those kids from WSU comes over to Moscow.
Right.
So they depend basically they're dependent on two colleges.
I'd love to talk to one of the students, a student, current or previous, or someone from that town.
It would be a very interesting
Oh,
conversation.
for sure. I mean, I have a ton of questions.
Right.
A
I mean, I
ton.
I would want to know just law enforcement alone, like why do they not do reports out there?
Right.
Like I get that they probably are like, okay, well, if somebody goes and looks this up to see what the crime rate is, if there's no reports, then it makes it look like the crime rate is low. But
Well, that they might be
someone,
giving the kids a break to just not have their name on a report because most of us that know about the government or have done research about the government, every single interaction with law enforcement that's recorded is available forever
yeah,
to other law enforcement. So if they have an interaction with one of these kids while they're a sophomore in college, they might be just cutting them a break by not writing a report.
yeah, but was you on panel the other night when I showed there was a traffic accident but no police
Yeah.
report?
Yep. Yeah. We were talking about
Like
it. Yep. It doesn't
it's
make sense.
no, like I get they don't. It's a small town. Like I grew up in a not about 8 miles from a small town. I went to school in a small town, but you still have crime.
Right.
Like just because you have a college there, don't try to make it look like it's this perfect little Mayberry place that nothing ever happens, but you have this huge college there. Like,
I'm sure the
be
state's dependent on the
honest.
tuition from the college too. I mean, it's a state school, so it's not a private university. So, I'm sure the state's
Yeah,
dependent on it too.
true.
A lot of money goes through universities. Ask the University of Minnesota. My God, I saw the numbers one year and I couldn't believe how much money that university brings in.
Well, just the
It's
hoodie guy,
crazy.
that the guy that was at the food truck with the girls and walked to the food truck with the girls. His parents are are in with people that are in with the oh shit, who was it they were in with? Hold on. That was it the damn, I can't remember now. But they were very high influential people within the state of Idaho.
Hmm.
His dad was best friends with, I want to say, I can't remember if it was the Superior Court, and the grandfather was one of the people who worked in with the Superior Courts.
That'll
But
do
it
it.
was very high influential people, and this boy's parents, Hoodie Guy's parents, made large contributions to the University of Idaho, and those friends made very large. Um, was it the Attorney General, Marissa? That might have been it.
Well, like Troll said a while back, it's all about the money.
That's all it is.
All
Like
these
this,
people are about is money.
and they would go to. I think one of them was friends with the governor of Idaho, and there was several different campaigns that they supported and all that.
Check out Lori's comment.
Oh, wait, I gotta find Lori's comments. I don't see Lori's comment.
Lori and CJ Slagle.
Oh, okay. So that must be why they wiped out Emma Bailey's charges, including her DUI. Oh wait, she didn't even go to college. Never mind. Must have been some other reason. Lori and CJ, I'm telling you, the girl had a safe beside of her bed. She had enough money to just be like, here, just take all the money in my safe.
Mm-hmm. Something.
Or maybe she knew something on some people in that area, and they
Pretty
thought,
hard to
okay.
make charges like that just go away these days.
I mean, unless you know something on somebody.
Yep.
Hey, Ava.
Or you
When you
roll on somebody or give them information that puts them onto somebody or something.
true.
Troll says, I'm sure she stitches.
possibility.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me one bit. It's amazing what people will do when their own ass is in the fire.
Hey, Ray. Yeah. Snitch. Just, they could literally be involved in it with someone else and they will be like, it's all the other person. I had nothing to do with it, or they made me do it, or whatever. Marissa says she's an informant, I bet. She could be.
Yeah,
I,
that's
I think her and Bryan, have you ever seen their side by side pictures? Her and
no.
Bryan look a lot alike. Let me see if I still got it. They look a lot alike.
My realtor looks a lot like Bryan, doesn't he?
Yeah, because you sent me that picture and I'm like, who the fuck is this dude?
I couldn't put it together, and then one day, Tuesday last week, we were having a meeting, and I looked up and I was like, "Oh my god, you kind of look like this dude." I
And I
showed him
didn't,
this picture, and he's like, "I don't really look like him," and I'm like, "You kind of do, a
yeah,
little bit. I mean, you
yeah,
could be mistaken for him in a glance, for sure."
yeah, because I wasn't even paying attention to that. That's why I was asking, like, who the fuck is this dude? Like, never seen this guy before. And you're like, oh, he kind of looks like Brian K.
I was in the middle of a meeting when it hit me. Imagine the look on my freaking face. He was like,
Okay,
"What? What?"
okay,
Oh,
this is,
good golly.
and a lot of people think it's the eyes, which they do, but she got some bushy eyebrows too. Like they're just, their eyes are like sunk into their head. It's literally like you stuck a vacuum cleaner in their mouth and just went to like sucking the eyes in.
Yeah, like a cartoon character.
Yeah, I don't know.
They do look a lot alike.
They do. They both got them big old heads.
They're
And
the
see,
same shaped skull, same jawline, same eyes.
yeah,
Her nose is a lot different than his.
but the chin. Look at the
But
chin.
the chin it's very Jay Leno esque.
It's crazy how much they look alike. It's crazy. But
Yeah, hit the like button, guys. There's 128 people in here, and only 45 of you have taken a moment of time to help out the channel.
let's see. Oh my gosh, you have to show out over. Lori and CJ was like, "Oh my gosh, you have to show." It's weird how much they look alike.
K
It,
Braid says, "How could you tell them apart with a black mask on?" Good point.
exactly.
Good point.
And that's what I had asked the other night. Like, you get a witness on the stand who claims to have seen the person who done this. How is that person, when they ask, okay, is the person that you've seen in the house that night, are they in the courtroom? And she says yes. I say, okay, well, can you point them out in the courtroom and state what they're wearing? How's she gonna point it? Like, what she all she can say is, I can identify the bushy eyebrows.
Well, the defense, if they're smart, will pass out Groucho glasses with the big nose and the eyebrows,
I mean,
and she'll never be able to tell the damn difference. Because if all you got is eyebrows to go on, that's not enough.
no, that's not a positive
It's
identification.
just not enough.
It's
It's good to give someone a place to start looking.
you
It
know,
might eliminate some suspects and put you on the right path, but it's not evidence.
I mean, if he didn't have a hat on or something like covering his hair or something like that, but in that might have been the case. There might be other identification they are ways to identify him that they just didn't put in the PCA. But it seems like those other things, if there are any, would have been better than bushy eyebrows.
Right.
I mean, you know, like if there's a tattoo, because Emma does have a tattoo on her, I think it's her left arm, the top part of her left arm, right behind her wrist. Like, did she see any tattoos? Like, did this person have, was her ears pierced? Like, could you tell what color their eyes were? Like, just anything else besides bushy eyebrows.
Right.
And I don't know how. Does anybody know how tall Emma is? Has that been said anywhere? Hey Stevie, how are you? Ray
Well,
says, I
here's
see bushy eyebrows everywhere. I mean, look at the little dude that was on the body cam footage over in the band field. That he literally looked like, them fuzzy black caterpillars that you see. That's how bushy they. So how can
oh
you
my
say that
god.
Like, how are you going to point out one person when there's probably the description that you give as far as like the height and the build of the body? That's probably half the athletic team at U of I and WSU. It, and not to mention that they said it was what 90 white Hyundai Elantras within those year frames on just the campus of U of I. So how does it like where is the more I guess proof? And I'm not saying that Bryan ain't the person, but hopefully they have all this other proof that it is him, more than just something that's bushy eyebrows. See, did you see the info on the Menendez brothers?
I heard something about they're
Um,
trying to get out of jail again or something.
was aren't they supposed to be doing like a they're wanting another trial or something like that, or
I
something about
saw.
with new evidence or something?
I blipped on it on Twitter, and I got on the phone with somebody a little bit earlier and stopped reading. I don't even know where it went.
Hey
It's lost
Nina,
in my timeline.
I want to say it's something to do with it was either new evidence came up to prove that they didn't do it, or they're wanting a new trial because of evidence or something like that. I remember seeing it like I don't know a few days back. Let's see, seriously now all I do is look at people's eyebrows. It's King Scarlet. Just these cases, it makes you think about things completely different than what a person who doesn't cover cases like this. You know, my aunt, she found out I had a YouTube channel, and I was telling her what it was about. She's like, "Oh, how's that go?" I'm like, "Yeah, you do true crime. You see all kind of things that you don't want to see. You hear all kind of things you don't want to hear. It can be rough at times." See, they have other victims of their father coming forward. Okay, I remember like that case is God. That case is like old. Hey, Freya, when did the Menendez brother case come out?
God, that's been a while.
Let's see.
I was trying to look it up on Twitter, and it was actually trending a little while ago, and there's just a ton of crap on there.
See. After that decision, okay, so Los Angeles County grand jury issued indictments in December of 1992, charging the brothers with the murders of their parents. So
Yeah,
they were indicted in 92. I
yeah.
was
I was
11.
just I was 22.
Yeah, I was 11 going on 12. Sally Mae says, okay, so the murders happened in 89. So I was 8 going on, I was 9 years old.
I was graduating from high school in '89. Well, thank you,
Wow.
Summer. I have a very Midwestern redneck accent. It's kind of unique, I'm told.
Okay, so it's going to come down to the residents of Idaho are going to let slide, just like Delphi, Indiana, and Florida. Corruption won't stop on its own. Remember 4/26/92. LA spoke out that day. It's 3 and 89. Amethyst, you're young. See, everybody. Wait, eyebrow. Y'all, she said eyebrows and I said everybody. Eyebrows can be unique, like Dr. Oz, funky brows, 14 points to confirm an identity. But like if the person's face though is covered, how
And
can
all
you
you can see is eyebrows.
eyebrows?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you just notice the eyebrows, but you can tell what his body looked like?
I just know that I've never had bushy eyebrows, but I get mine trimmed every time I get my hair cut. So I can't imagine why you would have two big giant furry things on your forehead and not like trim it down a little bit.
I bet you
I
they
mean,
won't be bushy when his trial starts.
probably
I
not.
bet you Ann Taylor makes sure that they're not.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're probably right.
She's gonna be like,
Although
no,
the only haircut he's getting is a jail haircut, so you better pray they don't just shave him off. Because
that would be.
if he lets somebody at his head with a razor, that could be ugly.
Can you imagine if he walks in, like, if the trial starts October the 2nd, and he walks into that courtroom and that dude ain't got no eyebrows? Can you imagine?
That'd be the fun. It'd be on T-shirts.
That
It'd be
would
on
be
T-shirts the next day.
that would be trending more on social media than the actual what actually went on that day
Oh,
in
for
court.
sure. Yeah, for
That he
sure.
had no eyebrows. People would be
Oh
saying Ann
God,
Taylor did it so he couldn't be identified by his eyebrows.
Jesus.
50%
Oh my
increase
God.
in sale of eyebrow trimmers in Idaho. Hey Tony, how are you?
Reminds me of the night we shaved one of my buddy's eyebrows off.
Oh, that's like the wicked high
Oh,
school
he's.
prank.
Oh yeah, we were still in high school. He got way too drunk.
Whoever passes out first.
Yep, that's what it was. He woke up covered in Sharpie with one eyebrow.
Hey, Riddler, how are you? Hey Glowbug. Hey Izzy. Yep. First one that passes out at the sleepover gets the prank pulled. Let's see.
Well, I'm glad we're making you laugh, Protected. Sometimes we gotta have a little levity, right? We talk about some pretty
Yes,
serious stuff.
for sure. I mean, there's just what we've heard just in this case has been a roller coaster of emotions.
I'm telling you, come September, when this thing is still kind of on hold and everybody's waiting for something to happen, this is going to be out of control with rumors and shit slinging. And I mean, this one's going to be rough on social
Right.
media. I think in the true crime community, this one's going to really, unless something serious happens between now and then, which unfortunately the world we're living in, we probably will see another seriously horrible crime between now and then,
Hmm.
or several,
Right.
because people are freaking crazy apparently.
Protected. Were you the one that told me that you were having surgery on your eyes? Somebody told me they were having surgery on their eyes, and I can't remember who it was.
I can't. I just that was just the other night.
Yeah, like because I remember them saying that I will be able to see better once I have the surgery.
Yeah, it was somebody that had cataracts.
Yeah, but I
I
wonder
don't
if that was
remember.
her.
I
But I
was
don't remember who it was.
super tired that night.
But anyway, there just like today in Florida, there was a shooting at the beach, and I don't know how many
Yeah,
people
two groups of
exactly.
kids, 9 people were shot.
Oh wow.
Yeah, 9 people were shot, and one of them is someone under 15 months or younger.
Oh my
Or that
god.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that because that's not fact yet. The
Hmm.
reporters were asking about someone that was 15 months,
Oh my god.
and the lady wouldn't confirm. Their PR person was hardcore, man. She had a statement,
Uh huh.
and she just kept repeating it, repeating it, repeating it. Any question they asked, she repeated the statement. She's like, I'm not answering any of your questions. This is what I got. This is what you get. I don't know why she even took questions because she
Wow.
couldn't answer anything yet.
Well, that's like Chicago just this weekend, the Memorial Day weekend. Hey, Betty Joe, how are you?
Yeah,
There
nine
was,
people killed and 50 something shot.
yeah, there was. It's either 48 or 50 shootings total just this weekend. 9 people shot, and 2 people that were injured were under the age of 2.
No, 9 people killed. There were actually
Wait, what
nine
did I
people
say?
killed, not shot.
Oh, okay, yeah,
There were
nine
over 50
murders,
people shot, 9 murders.
yeah, and two of the injured were under 2 years old.
And unfortunately, the warmer it gets, the worse that number jumps.
Because I had seen, hey, Christian, how are you? See, no, it wasn't me. I had a couple of things removed. Okay, well, protected. I hope that the surgery went good for you and that you get better soon. I don't remember who it was that told me they were having surgery,
Yeah,
but
I know here in Minnesota, we had the Thursday through Monday, we had the best weather for Memorial Day weekend in 50 years.
oh,
It
it was,
it was ideal. Sunshine, blue skies, mild temps all weekend.
yeah, it was like an oven here.
And trust me, it kept people out of the bars and restaurants. They were all not we were not as busy as we normally would have been on a Memorial weekend. Not even close.
Oh, Betty Joe. Okay, she goes Wednesday for her eye surgery. Okay.
Sorry, Betty Joe.
Yeah, hopefully everything goes good for you. I
I
knew it
didn't
was
I didn't mean to
somebody.
forget who said it, but I was really, really
Yeah,
tired.
I could not. I remember it being said. I just couldn't remember who it was. Um, but I had seen a thing, and I didn't get to read the article, but I seen the title of it was like, why do crimes start happening whenever it gets hotter in the year? And that's
Be,
because
because
people are
people
miserable,
they're miserable and not everybody has air conditioning.
right?
And it
And they're
brings
not
more people
inside,
out of the house.
right? They're out doing stuff, and they're around more people, and
Yep.
people being agitated around other people who are agitated just from the heat alone, on top of all of the other issues that they got going on in their life. I mean, it sets people off.
Well, that's Chicago's very their crime is open to weather interpretation because they have massive shootings in the middle of winter when it's 20 below too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's turning into a extremely, unfortunately for the good people that live around there, it's turning into a pretty scary place in a lot of
Yeah,
spots.
I know that there was that one weekend, there was like, I forgot how many shootings. And it was just like a 2 day weekend. It wasn't
Yeah,
even a holiday weekend. And it was, oh God, I forgot how many of them it was.
yeah. There's been some ridiculous numbers put up, and it's like, wow. I'm so glad I live in the woods.
That's what
I
I'm
mean, I
saying.
really am. I'm really glad. We have our problems here too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we do.
Right.
There's crime here too, but it's nothing like some people are dealing with right now. And I pray for people seriously living in cities right now because it's
Yeah,
horrible.
because
I
it's
can't
sad,
imagine it.
especially the ones who can't get out of the city. They may not want to live there, but they have no choice. They have nowhere else to go, and it's just they're stuck in that situation, or even in those neighborhoods where all these shootings are happening out, and innocent people are getting hit by stray bullets or
Yep. That's
you
happening a
know,
lot here in Minneapolis. A lot of
yeah,
innocent people are catching stray bullets, and it is an epidemic here.
yeah,
We have a serious violence problem. I can't go if I go to Minneapolis for something, which is maybe once a month.
hmm
I drive with my pistol in my lap,
that's why I
out
don't.
of the holster.
Yeah, that's why I don't like going to Shreveport. But I have like whenever I had to take my aunt up there, um, I had to take her up there, it was like twice in 1 week, and I'm just thinking I hate Shreveport, literally hate it.
Yeah.
But because you can just be at a stoplight up there,
Yep.
and anything can happen.
Yep.
It's very dangerous.
Yep. Scary. What a scary world we're living in, all the way around, everywhere. Not just it's everywhere.
I said, "Hey, Denny, how are you?" I just okay. So Protectus says I am in Dallas and I'm heading to the country somewhere. Country is the best place to live, honestly.
Heck yeah.
I had to go to downtown Dallas the other day for the first time. I hate Dallas.
Oh yeah.
I
It's,
don't like it.
it's almost as bad as Houston. Houston's worse.
Let's see. It's King Scarlet. If you look up, and I've seen a thing today that it had the top 12 worst cities in the U.S. Nowhere from New York was on there, and nowhere from like L.A. or whatever wasn't on there. But just the top 10, number 8, 9, and 10 was cities from Louisiana. Shreveport is worse than Baton Rouge, and it's not
Hmm,
near as big.
really?
Yeah, it was. New Orleans was number 8, Shreveport's number 9, and Baton Rouge was number 10.
That surprises me. I'm not New Orleans, but
And it's just you have people coming from Houston into Baton Rouge or New Orleans, and then you got people coming from Dallas into Shreveport. It's all on the I-10 and the I-20 corridors right there, and then you've got
right.
people coming from Shreveport down to Baton Rouge or New Orleans, and going back and forth, and it's yeah, literally our state you 3 cities in it. It's in the top 10. And you would think somewhere like Los Angeles or New York City or something like that.
Well, a lot of the current reports
Hmm.
are questionable according to other different sources. With FBI crime statistics right now, their numbers are questionable. We'll just leave it at that. We'll save that for your other channel show sometime.
Okay. All right. Because the one that I had seen, it said that St. Louis was number 1.
I believe that St. Louis is a dangerous city.
Yeah,
For sure.
my daughter was her and her boyfriend were working up in Illinois, right across. Like you could see St. Louis from where they were at, but they were on the Illinois side. And I told him I was like, do not go to St. Louis when it starts getting dark. You be the hell up out the city.
Oh
Don't
yeah,
go there
that's
when
yeah.
it's dark.
Yeah, oh no, you don't.
And don't I don't care what happens. Don't go when it's dark.
And it's not
And
very safe on the other side of the river in Illinois either.
no, I lived. Me and Troll lived there for a couple of months in. Well, I won't say what town, but it was right across from there, and it wasn't bad. But if you went up to Granite City, it wasn't too good. Um, we went there a few times, and there was somebody somewhere else. He can't hear me. He's got earbuds in. Um, but there was another little town that wasn't far from where we were at that wasn't or didn't look very safe.
I'd have to look at a map, but I know there was one in Illinois when I tried to, because when I in my previous employment, I never
Hmm.
went to the nice areas ever.
Hmm.
I was in truck yards and bus yards and at airports and train yards. Always in the rough part of town. Always. That's where it's cheap to have a trucking company or to store your buses or whatever.
My
So I
dad,
saw all the crime. I mean, there was
yeah,
St.
my
Louis is bad.
my dad, he worked for a trucking company, and he was over their safety department for the company. And so they would send him whenever they would open up like a new office in these other cities, they would always send him to go make sure all the safety stuff is done. And if there was like new drivers coming in, he would have to do the safety classes or whatever. And he was always going to Granite City, Illinois, or he was going to West Memphis. Those were
Okay.
like his two things. And Granite City is just horrible.
I have to address Disneyland's comment. Of course, Big Al is going to question the stats unless they support his narrative, of course. Unfortunately, if you do a simple Google search, you will find out that the FBI has they've released a statement about it. There are certain cities that are no longer listed under the crime statistics. That is a fact. So feel free to Google it. And if you want me to send you a link, I will. But that's true.
Okay, so Riddler says, according to FBI, Baltimore and Maryland had the highest reported violent crime rate per 100,000 inhabitants. St. Louis, Missouri had the highest reported murder rate per 100,000. I'll have to go back and see the one that I think it was on Twitter today. I forgot who it was that posted it, but that's where I seen it. It was like the top 12 or 15 cities. And I want to say Baltimore was on there, but I don't remember what number it was. But I'll have to see if it's violent crimes or murders. I just know that it's three cities in Louisiana has been in like the top 10, which is ridiculous. Okay, Amethyst Pisces. Are you the one that's from New Orleans? I know one of the amethysts that come in here is. I just don't remember which one. Let's see my town.
I hate speaking to things like they're truth or gospel unless I can back it up. So there you go, Disney.
Okay, so it's the other amethyst that is from New Orleans. Yeah, the crime here is just crazy. Like I said, just like a couple of weeks ago, and I live out in the middle of nowhere, and somebody got shot just driving down the road.
What?
Yeah,
Oh,
about
jeez.
there's a road like where we live at, just through the woods, probably I don't know about a mile, maybe mile and a half to 2 miles. There's another main road that goes through there, and there was three teenagers driving down the road, and somebody opened fire on their car, and two of them got hit. And luckily, it didn't kill them, but they were still hit. And this is out in the middle of nowhere. Now, I don't know if there was a reason behind it. Um, if maybe they had done something to somebody or what, but just stuff like that doesn't happen out here.
Hmm.
There's No
That
shit.
sounds like that happening around here. That's just not normal. We have a murder here. It's a big deal. I mean, that's it
Because
does
we,
happen every now and then, but it's a big deal when it happens, and it's all hands on deck when it does.
I don't think there's even been a murder here.
We've had two in the last year within 100 miles of where I live.
Troll, I don't. Can you hear me? Okay. Has there been any murders in our area? I can't think of any. No, there was one like because where we live at, it's like a community here, and then you go up the road and there's like another little community uh, and stuff like that. But I think the only one that I can remember in the community that I actually grew up in was I was 5 or 6, and I'm 42 now.
Hmm.
I don't remember any. Oh yeah, that is right. There was a guy down the road from where we live at. There's a bridge that goes over one of the bayous, and somebody had stopped. I don't know why they stopped at this bridge out in the middle of nowhere on like this little bitty back country road, and was looking over the bridge, and they found a body
Mm.
that was from a parish up above us. Um, so I don't remember if they ever found the person who did that to him or whatever, but so that was I don't know 3 or 4 years ago maybe. But I mean, you don't hear of it around here. See, did you see the loot? Wait, what is that? The Lululemon crime. The employees were fired for calling the cops. Never heard of that, Chris. Just craziness all over the world. It's literally like I said, the world has gone mad. People get mad at you and they rather shoot you than anything else. Let's see, the firing squad for death penalty in Idaho, which becomes effective July the 1st, only applies if lethal injections are not available. Yeah, Iris, I think that's how it is. And I was going to actually look up the stuff for the firing squad. I think it was yesterday. Because there was something I was looking for, and I never did go and look for it. I've lived in California my entire life, almost 54 years, and that is. All right, yeah, I'm trying to catch up in chat here real quick. Let's see, if you dangerous cities in the South: Baltimore, Memphis, Little Rock, Nashville, New Orleans, Chattanooga, Baton Rouge, Tulsa, West Palm Beach, and Tallahassee. You hear a lot of stuff happening in, is it Jacksonville, Florida? I think that's where it's at. There's like a lot of stuff that goes on in Jacksonville too. So next door to a high school, one night a truck arrives at 2 a.m. Thieves got out, stole all the computers from the school computer lab. They stole nothing else. Hey Teresa, how are you? America because of gun violence. Lori and CJ, it's very sad. That's why I don't even want to travel anywhere because you never know going to a new area what may what may happen. Jacksonville's the largest pop city. Yeah, Riddler. There's a thing that it's a YouTube channel that me and Troll watch, and there's always something happening in Jacksonville that's always involving somebody getting shot or something. It's crazy. Teresa, I'm doing good, thank you. Don't come to Portland. Let's see. Yeah, it's just the world has gone mad for
Yeah, it
sure.
certainly has. The sad thing is they've turned it into this red versus blue thing, and it's all about politics when it's really about good versus evil now, and there's bad on both sides.
Right.
There are no more
And
good choices when it comes to politicians. They're all shit.
I mean,
Every one of them.
but that's, I mean, because they know that if they go to doing it like that, then it helps the ones who are running for whatever office that they're
Yep.
running for when it shouldn't be about that. It's about people losing their lives and families losing their loved ones.
Yeah.
You
There's
know,
there's
it's
there's politicians on both sides burying crime statistics so their cities don't look as bad as they are.
yeah,
It's a
and
fact. It's been proven. It's all over the news. It's print it. It's everywhere.
I mean
If you,
they don't really care about the families or the person losing their life.
nope, they
It's
don't.
and that is sad.
They
It's
don't. They don't care until they're pounding on their front door,
right.
and then you better believe the police are going to jump, and anyone pounding on their door is going to go to jail. If they
Yeah,
pounded on my door or your door, they're probably not going to go to jail, and if they do, they're going to let them right out.
yeah. Hey Cassie, how are you? Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's more about when someone gets murdered or they die for whatever reason, whether it's just natural causes or an illness or whatever. To me, it's about the person who dies in their family who
Yep.
has lost them. Nothing else matters. Hey Vaughn, how are you? And some people just don't see it that way. But not all people were raised like I was, or people who uh, looks at it that way.
Right. A lot of people don't have an opinion either way. If it doesn't affect them, they just put their head down and go about their day.
Right. And that's like there's all different type of like TikTok videos, and even on YouTube there's some that they will go through and film the city of the people who are homeless or the ones that are, I don't know what they would call them, like little, it's just a bunch of people sitting out on sidewalks. I don't know if they're homeless or not, but you can clearly tell
Yeah.
they're on drugs.
I know my last job in LA, I worked downtown at the Greyhound Depot for 8 weeks. So I was traveling from downtown LA to the Greyhound Depot, which is literally in Skid Row. On the map, you look, it says Skid Row.
Hmm.
And what you'd see on the side of those streets was absolutely heartbreaking. Just
Yeah.
heartbreaking. I mean, it was horrible.
There's been people who have YouTube channels that's walk down Skid Row and just filming what's going on and talking to some of the people that are there, and like finding out, what their story is and what caused them to land there. And it's all sad stories, and a lot of it is they got addicted to drugs and they lost everything, and they ended up there. And it's just it's sad to see people out in a place like that, but there's also people that will be driving down the road that acts like it don't even bother them.
Right. It doesn't even exist. It's not there.
Yeah, it's like a, we only see it when we got to pass by here. So other than that, it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind type
Yep.
thing. And and yeah, high living costs, that could be another reason.
It has a lot to do
Um,
with it.
yeah, and it's just it's sad. And then you've got the uh, the people in the town, like your mayors and all that, that don't want to help these people. Like, I know that if in order to get help, you got to help yourself, but it's like their own town or city or whatever county won't even try to help them.
Yeah. In my
Uh,
opinion, these cities and counties and states should not be helping anybody until the vets are off the
yes,
streets,
yes,
and then we move on to everyone else.
right.
All right.
Because hey,
I
Ray, how
kind
are
of want
you?
to butt in just for a second and
Okay,
wish everybody a happy Memorial Day and my thanks to all our service members and their family.
yes, thank you, and hopefully everybody had a wonderful Memorial Day. King Scarlet says, "Did you hear Scarlet? Cameron Robbins, yes, they ended up calling off that search. He had just graduated the Sunday, graduated from high school. I believe it was the Sunday before he went missing. But yeah, the vets for sure need to be the first that are off the street. There's absolutely no reason why our veterans should be homeless, not getting health care. Uh,
And mental health help. I mean,
yes,
we've we leaned on those people,
right. I can't
regardless of
imagine.
why they were there or what they did. We still leaned on those people to protect our country
Yeah,
blindly.
Well, it's both mental health and drug help. You know, a lot of Vietnam vets came back with a drug habit, and
yes,
there was nothing set up for them to be. Actually, people hated them when they came back because of our media.
yeah. There was. I'm sure with any war, whenever you go off and do a tour and something like that happens, you come back affected. But I've heard a lot of stories about Vietnam and it being really bad on our soldiers. Let's see. They said King Scarlet. Yeah, that's what I heard too. That they had dared him to jump off the boat, and they had there was a picture. I don't know if it was a video and it was just like a screenshot from the video, or if it was an actual picture. But they had a picture of him swimming in the water right before he went missing, and they did several hundred miles of searching, and they ended up calling it off. They couldn't find him. But yeah, the vets, there's no reason, no matter if it was Vietnam War, if it was Desert Storm, if it was this new, what is it, Iraqi freedom thing that they had, there's no reason why the veterans should be treated the way they're treated, honestly. Let's see, our troops were even given, yeah, that is true, Sally Mae. And even if we don't agree with the whole military thing in the war and all that, it's not about not agreeing with that. It's about the way the men and women who sacrificed their lives and their being away from their families and all this and that to go
We wouldn't have a country if the
if it
our
wasn't for them.
forefathers didn't fight for their rights.
Yeah. So whether we agree with the war or not, it's you still the respect still needs to be there for the veterans because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have the freedoms that we have.
Yeah, freedom's not free. There's a cost.
Yeah, there's many lives lost, uh, soldiers being away from their families. Like, and it's just not just about the soldiers sacrificing; their families sacrifice too. Their kids do. Their spouses do. There's a lot of different people that sacrifice a lot. American Princess, how are you? They fought for our right. Exactly, Ava. They fought for our right to disagree. That is true, and that is like very good way to make me very upset is to just to be disrespectful to a veteran. Like my dad was Navy. One grandfather was Air Force. The other grandfather was Army. The one in the Army was a POW for 3 years during the Korean War, and it's ridiculous how they treat our veterans, or even just the active military right now when they're coming back from overseas. They don't get the help that they need.
But we'll send billions to Ukraine.
Yeah, that is true. When they should be helping the people here.
I, I got to show you what's been running on my sign since Thursday. I just shared my screen. This is what's been running on my digital billboard in front of my restaurant for the last 5 days.
Thank you, veteran. Yes. Yeah.
You
Like I
know,
said,
it's I'm very pro vet. You know, my dad was a vet. He was ex special forces. You know, we need to do more. We need to
right.
work harder on that.
Yeah. Because, I mean, like my grandfather, the one that was a POW, Ray, you got really bad
I'm sorry,
feedback.
I heard it. I was just gonna say I saw someone comment about homeless people. People don't know that like 80% of those monies that are supposedly going to homeless people are actually going to administration
Yep.
for somebody to have a job.
Administrative fees.
Yeah. They're not going where they should be going.
And I'll say that I am against all the money going to the war in Ukraine, and I'm a first generation Ukrainian. My father came here from Ukraine
Yeah. I
and
mean,
applied for
there's,
citizenship, served his country his whole life, worked for the government from the day he was 19 until right before he died. So it has nothing to do with the Ukraine is a very complicated thing that not a lot of people know what actually is happening in that country and has been since the 40s.
yeah. I've heard some stuff, and whether it's true or not,
I have cousins
I don't
there.
know. But I've heard some stuff, and it's just like we have problems here in the states that I think needs to be taken care of. One, you got starving kids here. You've got homeless people here. You've got veterans that are not being taken care of. Like there's stuff here that needs to be taken care of first. But that's just my opinion.
Yep.
Sally says her grandmother grew up in Ukraine.
There you go. My cousins are in Donetsk. I spoke Ukrainian up until about the age of 10, and then
Oh wow.
my dad stopped speaking it in the house. All of my cousins on the East Coast can speak it because all the families kept it in the home.
Uh-huh.
But we lived in the Midwest, and the only time he ever used it was on the phone.
All right.
So we stopped using it. No, King Scarlet. My father came from Ukraine with his 9 brothers and sisters and his mom and dad.
Uh,
I actually have pictures of them on Ellis Island. It's pretty intense.
yeah. See, the Ukrainians raise the most gorgeous marine coon. Lord, I didn't say it's Maine. Okay, I said marine. Maine coon cats I've ever seen. Gorgeous bloodlines. Lori and CJ, I've never heard of one of those. Let's see, hey CZ, how are you? My Baba great grandmother is from Ukraine. I have been volunteering to rescue animals in Ukraine since February the 25th of 2022. It doesn't seem like it's been over a year since that war started over there.
CZ, the fact that you just said my Baba, that trips me out. I haven't seen that in writing ever.
So is that like a grandfather?
Yeah,
or
grandmother, Baba,
Oh, okay.
Babcha, Baba is usually Babcha is slang for grandmother. Baba, I think, is a slang word,
Okay.
but it's for
I've
grandmother.
never heard that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That brought back some memories.
That is too cool. I learned something new today.
Yeah, we refer to my grandmother as Babcha.
Okay. That's cool though. Ukraine war is very complicated, not as black and white as people think.
It is. It's very complicated.
Yeah.
Extremely. And what's been going on there for years and years and years is way more complicated and way harder to comprehend without really researching it because the media is not telling the whole story. And that's just a fact.
Okay. I got to look at one of these cats now.
Maine Coon cats are huge.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about in chat that they want, and I want to see a picture of them.
They're huge.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're massive.
They're very pretty though.
I just can't imagine one having a bad day though. They would tear the shit out of you because they're huge.
Do you see this? Look how big those cats are. I was showing Troll.
They damn near look like a cougar. They're so big.
They literally look like the size of a bobcat.
Yeah, they're big.
Wow. Can you imagine feeding one of those? Oh my gosh. They're very pretty though.
Yeah, we got you. I think you need to schedule that chit chat on your other channel.
I have to do that one day.
Yeah, you need to do that.
Because
It'll be fun.
I do need to start working on that channel and getting it built up.
Or maybe I should do it on mine just in case the conversation gets crazy, so you don't get yours dropped.
I don't. Whatever you want to do. Just yeah. No way says let us know wins.
I've got so much to say about so many things that are happening right now, and there's just so much going on. I mean, there's no shortage of news, that's for sure.
Yeah, it just pisses me off though how the vets get treated. It's and I never understood like whenever I was little. My grandfather died whenever I was 5. Um, but I never understood whenever I was little. Like I would ask him because like he had 2 Purple Hearts and he had them up in the living room, and I would ask him about them, and he wouldn't talk about
Yeah,
it.
then most vets won't. My
And
dad never did.
yeah, he wouldn't, and I never understood why until I got up older, and then I realized, and my dad told me about him being he was captured by the Chinese, he was turned over to the Koreans, and they put him. It was him and one of his cousins and a bunch of other guys that were together. They were put in camps,
Hmm.
and he was there for 3 years, and they finally let him out, and they got to come home.
My dad didn't talk about Korea until the week he passed,
Oh wow,
and He did it at the VA on the hospice floor. I mean,
wow,
it was all right. I'm finally going to talk about it now, and he
yeah,
let loose, and it was like, wow.
yeah. My
How
other
did you
grand
hold that in your whole life?
my grandfather did. He was 56, 55, 56 when he passed away. Like I said, I had just turned 5 when he died, and he would never speak about it. And to this day, I don't think before my dad passed away, I don't think he ever knew what really went on. Hey, Roger, how are you? Um, and then, like, my other grandfather that was Air Force, he would take me to the base up here. And like, when I was like 5 and 6, I knew all the airplanes on the tarmac, but he never would talk about what went on during the wars that he was involved in.
My
It,
grandfather, he got a burial at sea, and I have no clue what he ever did.
oh, wow.
I got his USMC, K-bar and a
Hmm.
flag, and that was it.
So, whenever they do like a burial at sea, do they do they give the family like coordinates of where
I don't know. My
it was?
father and my grandmother went. I didn't go. I was young. I was like, I think 14, 15 at the time.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Roger, yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. My chat. Hold on. I gotta go back to live chat. And y'all, while I'm trying to get my chat fixed, can y'all go hit the thumbs up? Why it's not going? Now it's like stuck on top chat. What the heck? Okay. Hey, Violet.
Mine's bounced to top chat like 6 times tonight already.
I don't know what the deal is.
It's doing it itself.
Yeah, that's what mine was doing because I put it on live chat before I ever went live, and then I just realized it wasn't on there. Left-handed, how are you? And who was that wanted to come up? Daylight, here he is. Daylight, how are you?
I'm fine, Scarlett. I wanted to talk about my uncle for a second.
Okay.
So this is my dad's brother,
Uh huh.
and a few years back, so he was shot down over what is now Vietnam in 1949 in a B-17, and they never recovered his body.
Mm-hmm.
And about 3 years back, my dad got contacted by the Department of the Army, and they did a buccal swab of my dad, and they recovered his brother's remains from 1949, like about 3 years ago. Isn't that
Oh
crazy?
wow. But at
And
least he was found though, so that is a good thing.
yeah, they found him.
That is
And
crazy.
yeah, can you imagine that after all those years? And what they had done is, and apparently I won't stay on the panel or anything like that, but I wanted to, because this was amazing to me, is that during the war, during World War II, they actually packed up entire ships full
Uh-huh.
of bodies and sent
Wow.
them back to Hawaii. And there's a place in Hawaii, I don't know Hawaii very well. I've
Mm.
only been there once, but there's a place in Hawaii called the Punch Bowl, and it's a huge cemetery for American soldiers there, and they reinterred them there in Hawaii, and they've been digging them up like one at a time and trying to find who the families
Wow.
were for these particular. Isn't that a crazy story? It's
Wow.
absolutely 100%
I've never
true.
heard that.
But
Yeah,
okay, so I don't know how old your dad is, so I don't know if he's like an
he passed
older.
away. He passed away 2 years ago. So just before he passed away, they found his
So
brother.
that's what I was gonna say. If at least he got to live to see that.
Yeah, isn't that
That is
crazy?
that's awesome.
He remembered that brother, of course, from 1949. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just, just nuts. And that they actually found him a few years back. And apparently, this is a huge, I'm not apparently, because I talked to the guy, but it's a huge program for the Department of the Army, and they do everything for these families. I mean, they treated my family so well, and they do that for every family that they find. They put them, they give them a military funeral, for just as if they died yesterday. It's kind of crazy, in the service. So it's
Right.
it's really a great program by the Department of the Army, and it is a really unbelievable way that we honor veterans. And we need more stuff like that. But I can't believe they found him anyway. But they did, and he was shot down. Yeah, in 1949,
Wow.
February of 1949. So isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
That
And they
that
just found him.
yeah, that is an awesome story though.
Yeah.
I agree with what you just said. We need more of that. And in this country, you get 30 days for certain social issues, whatever they may be. But we only take, like Tom McDonald says, one day out of the year to remember the people that fought for us to be able to do the things that we do every day. They get one day,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and other things get a month, reading month, this month, that month, book month, But
Yep.
why is Memorial Day only one day?
That is
Every
true.
day is Veterans Day. We give away so much. I really agree with what you said about the Ukraine. And, I'm not saying that the war in the Ukraine is not a worthy cause, but when we can give $60 billion in one shot, I saw Yellen approve that. I think she's Secretary of the Treasury or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
Treasury now. And it's like she approved it. I always thought the Congress had the power of the purse. I mean, did we vote on
Right.
this or something?
We
I
haven't
mean,
voted on any of it, my friend. None of it. And there's no
wow.
oversight. There's no oversight to where these funds are going, and that's the problem. There needs to be oversight on where the money's being spent.
Probably politicians' back pockets or Swiss bank accounts, right?
Well, there's sure a whole lot of politicians taking trips to the Ukraine in the middle of a war, like
Not just that, we're paying for
nonstop.
their retirement.
Yeah, we are paying for all their retirement funds. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, up our, take that $60 billion and up our enlisted guys' pays. I mean, to something
Yep.
that's a livable wage. I mean, and give them bonuses. Give them bonuses. Give military bonuses. Take $60 billion and instead of sending it to the Ukraine, give every member of the military a bonus. I mean, I don't know how else to say that, but I just think that's money that can be better spent here with our own soldiers. But
Well, as a country, we need to stop borrowing money to give away.
yeah,
That's really where we need to start. We shouldn't be
yeah.
borrowing money to give away.
Yeah,
Hey,
true.
I believe our dollar is going to get devalued, just like so many other countries, because eventually we're not going to have the money to pay it back.
Yeah.
This is a slippery slope. We're all sliding down. We better spin this one out,
I'll try
Scarlett.
to stay,
All right. I just got
stay
on
away
here.
from stay away from politics, I guess.
Yeah, I think
The
so.
Kohberger discussion is always safe. It's always true crime knows no politics, right? I guess it doesn't. I don't know, but
I just got on here because I was feeling very patriotic because of the day, and I wanted to say something about our veterans and about our
Right.
service members.
Yeah, I mean, because it's about them too. It's, not just about Kohberger today. It's, it's about the ones who sacrificed and went and did what they did, but didn't make it home to their families. You know.
yeah.
And with that said, I'm going to probably back out and go to bed, and you all have a good night, and I love y'all.
All right. Have a good night, Ray.
Take it easy, Ray.
I'll drop to and let you and Big Al continue on, but I wanted to share my story. Thanks so much for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. If you want to stay up, you're more than welcome to. But thank you for sharing that story because
That's a good one.
I've
Isn't that a good
never
story?
Yeah, it is. I didn't even. I
It's
had no clue.
I've never heard of that
yeah.
out in Hawaii.
Yeah, the punch bowl is where they're digging them up one at a time, basically, Scarlett, and trying to do matches, and where they say, oh, I think it's this guy, then they'll get a DNA from those folks back in the States and match them up. And then they have like a little conference, so you all show up at the same, that all these families that they found. Maybe there were probably like 30, 40 other families at the first conference we went to, and they said, well, we think it's him, and then it was 100% positive after that. So it was
I'm
kind of
sure
cool.
that I would think
Cool.
they'd be taking those DNA samples and put them against like Ancestry.com and their database and all these databases where people are trying to find out their family history. I would
Yeah,
think they'd be running
GenCom,
that
right?
DNA
Yeah,
against it. That makes sense. I mean,
yeah,
that's actually a good use for DNA.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to match them up to bring them home. Finally bring them home. Can you mention the mother? That was her youngest son that died in the war.
I
In World
can.
War II. Can you imagine? I think he was 19 when he died.
Oh
Isn't that
wow.
crazy?
And
Isn't
I
there
mean,
that
were so
crazy?
many
He's really young. Yeah,
there were
he's
so
really
many
young.
kids that lied about their age just so they could join.
Yeah,
That were actually not even 18 yet.
they trained him as a radio gunner. Stuck him in the middle of the plane of these B-17s. And they would fly these bombing missions over China out of India. And yeah, it's kind of a crazy part of the war that people don't even think about, and that was Vietnam, what is now Vietnam, that we were bombing. It's just kind of crazy. But in any case, well, thanks so much for having me up. We'll talk to you guys soon.
all right. Well, have a
All
good
right.
night.
Good
Take care.
night, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. So,
Yeah,
anyway,
just another use for DNA. That's finally something useful.
right. I mean,
You know?
that was an awesome story. I'm glad he shared that.
I, I, I'll tell you that the couple of weeks that my dad was at the VA before he passed, I talked to a lot of very, very interesting people that had a lot of crazy stories. I mean, and most of them were, they're trapped at the VA. They were happy to talk to anybody.
Right.
The VA is kind of a miserable place. The hospital is. Not that it wasn't nice and they didn't take good care of them. I mean, it just was, it's a very
Yeah.
depressing place.
Oh yeah. That's where my grandfather, the one that was the POW, that's where he passed away at, was at the VA here in Louisiana, one of the VA hospitals, and they wouldn't allow me in there because I was so young. But
Mm.
I remember my mom talking about it, and it was just like a very somber place. I guess you could say
Yep.
the way she
Yep.
explained it, very somber
That's
place, but
accurate.
um, it wasn't a place that a young kid should be in anyway. So I never,
You could see a lot of the people fighting for care,
right,
which kind of bothered me. That seemed like I saw a lot of that over the time that I was there. Like people having conversations about, I don't understand why I can't get help with this, or it was a lot of the epitome of red tape, I guess.
hmm
Was a lot of the stories that I heard.
yeah,
So hopefully they've made changes and made it easier for these guys because they deserve what they were promised.
right. Well, hopefully Kohberger will get what he deserves too.
I think you will.
If he is the one who done this. Let me put that in there. If he is the one who done it, then hopefully he gets what he deserves as well.
The more stoic he is, the more I'm convinced he's guilty.
It's yeah. It
The
like
more,
I go
and
ahead.
he's cold-hearted
You can
because
just
he's
see it in his
just
face.
doesn't even move. I mean, he's just stoic. It's like a statue just sitting there.
Yeah. It's just I don't know. And I know that his attorney probably has told him not to show any emotion whenever you go in there and all this and that, but I would still be screaming at the top of my lungs that I didn't do it. I just I don't get how people can just go in there and just sit still and not scream it. I'm innocent. Let's see, what have I missed in chat? And there was a question I was going to ask tonight, and I didn't write it down. I don't remember what it was. But it was something to do with Kohberger and this whole death penalty thing and all that. I don't remember what it was now. It sucks getting old and forgetting everything.
Welcome to my world. I got post-it notes everywhere.
Oh,
I don't just
yeah.
buy one pack of post-it notes. I buy that bulk shit. It's like 15 of the pads.
Yeah, mine
Yeah,
had 8 in it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I buy
Like,
as many as they'll sell me. I buy them.
yeah, with all the little different colors. Yep. Because I have to literally write everything down. And I was doing something and I was looking through uh, looking through some stuff today, and it caught my attention, and I was gonna ask it tonight, but for whatever reason, I didn't write it down.
I've been using Google reminders on my phone more and more lately.
Well, shit. It was something though that had to do with the death penalty, um, because I had the article, about the families wanting the death penalty, or at least Kaylee and Maddie's
So
family.
is are we 2-0 right now on the families wanting it, or where are we at?
Um, I don't. Well, okay, so we know that Kaylee and Maddie's family wants it. We haven't heard anything from Xana's dad. We did hear from Xana's mom that she doesn't want the death penalty. Her words was, "I'm not looking for the death penalty. I'm not that type of person. I just want justice." So she could be someone who doesn't agree with the death penalty.
Right.
Ethan's parents, I really haven't heard them talk anything that has to do with the court part of this whole case. It's mostly been about Ethan and the type of person he was, and how the triplets, Hunter and Macy, how they're doing, um, and how they handled this as a family. That's all I've heard. I haven't heard any, like, well, what do like, do you think there should be a death penalty on the table, or are you going to be at any of the court dates, or are you going to be there for the trial? Or they haven't discussed any of that. And I don't know if it's because they have an attorney and the attorney maybe has advised them not to, or if they just prefer not to go that route. They would rather celebrate Ethan and who he was and how they were as a family, versus and stay positive about it, and not talk about the negative part, which was the murders and uh, Bryan and what's going to happen or could happen in court and stuff like that. You know.
So we're 2-0 right now.
Yeah.
But statistically, does it matter if the families want it?
I I don't know. Like, the article that I read tonight said that um, the prosecutor is going to talk with the families individually and just see where they're at with it. I would think he would take it into consideration. What, like, if if two wants it and two doesn't. Like, how do you, when you have four victims like this, and from four
Yeah,
different
it's
families,
a lot
like,
of input.
right, two are for it, two are against it. If you go for it, then the other two families that are against it, you know, that could upset them. But if you don't go for it, the two families that are for it, you could upset them. It's almost like, how do you create that balance there?
Yeah, I'm really curious about that. What's the final determination? How do they make the determination on whether or not to go for the death penalty? Is it just the prosecutor's personal feelings? Is it the gravity of the crime? Because these are obviously brutal crimes. And if anything ever warranted the death penalty, it's the murder of four innocent people.
Right. So I don't know if he's going to maybe take into consideration the families and what they have to say. Um, and the two that haven't came out and said anything, they could just go in there and be like, look, you know, if you want to go for it, then we'll support it. If you don't want to go for it, we'll support that too. It could be a situation like that also. But I would think, especially the facts that he has, and the evidence, and the the brutality of it, and the families, like, there's going to be a lot of things that this one prosecutor has got to go through.
Well, Tonka says this prosecutor doesn't typically support the DP. His history shows only a couple of cases where he pursued it.
And
That's interesting. So
where did, okay, so Bryan Inton done a video, and he talked to, I think they said the guy was an attorney in Idaho that was also friends with Bill Thompson. And he was talking about that he's pursued the death penalty before. Now, granted, there's only been 3 executions since 1977, 76 or 77. And there's like 40 something people on. Wait, I'm gonna have to go back because I did write the statistics down the other day. Because I was curious about that whenever I watched the video.
Michelle Noir says Thompson gave a plea deal with a reduced sentence from first-degree murder against a family's wishes for a couple stabbed 28 times. Wow.
Oh my God. Okay, let me find it real quick.
Stabbing somebody 28 times is pretty freaking violent.
Yeah.
To give a plea deal.
Yeah.
If you've got proof, I mean, that's, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't be known as an easy prosecutor. I can tell you that, because with proof, I don't know that I'd ever offer a deal.
Yeah, because that would have to be, like, how do you offer a deal to someone like that?
If you've got enough proof, why would you?
Right. It's
why take the chance of somebody that's capable of doing something like that and letting them out of prison? Why? But I don't think there's reform from that. There's a lot of crimes you can reform someone from, but something that violent, I just don't see it.
Okay, well, I know I wrote it down. No, wait, here it is. Okay, so there's been 3 executions since 1977. 1 in 94, 1 in 2011, and 1 in 2012. There's currently 8 people on death row right now.
Yep.
Including the woman Robin Rowe. I think she was convicted of murdering her family. I believe it was. It was either her kids or her entire family. I can't remember. So there's 40 people since 1977 that's been sentenced to death, but the other ones have died from natural causes or whatever over the years. So, I mean, that's not saying what county that each one of those have came from, but that's the state as a whole. And then one of the guys that was put to death, he didn't even fight his sentence. He went in and was like, just go ahead and put me on death row. Like, I'm not gonna do appeals. I'm not gonna do and I didn't write his name down, but I want to say it was the one from 94. He didn't even fight it. He was just like, go ahead and do what you got to do. Because you get so many appeals and you have so long for each appeal, and which takes 10 years or possibly longer to get through all of them, and he didn't do any of his appeals. So it was just like, do what you need to do, you know.
Sally Mae is making a request that people stay on topic in chat.
Oh, let's see. Let me go back to
I think
chat.
that's a great idea.
Yeah, just any political talk that's going on in chat. Can we end that, please? Okay.
Like I said, you got to schedule that other.
Yeah,
other
we'll
chat.
have to. We'll have to
save
do
that
that.
stuff for another chat.
Yeah.
And I promise I'm down. I'll be
Yeah.
there.
We'll have to figure out a date and time and all that. I can't believe I didn't write down what it was I was wanting to ask y'all. That is crazy. Anything else I write down, but the one thing that I wanted to ask, thank you, Protected. Hey, Brad, how are you? The one thing I wanted to ask, I did not write it down. And have y'all seen the article where they're talking about the DNA on the metal? I think Troll's got it. I'll have to see if he can send it to me. But there's a an article that's talking about the DNA, like on where they're talking about it being on the button of the knife sheath, and it talks about how DNA doesn't stay on metal. Have you seen that?
No, but if it's scraped from the skin, it could like lay down in the rivet or in the crevices or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It might not stick to the metal itself, but inside of the snap, there's a fastener in the middle that goes through the leather. It could get caught up in that fastener in the cracks, crevices. I mean, DNA has come a long way. They don't need much anymore.
Right.
It's not like it used to be. They don't need a whole swab full of it. They just need a little bit.
That is true. Brett, it's good to see you as well. See, it does on leather. They say, yeah. I just like any leather. Just think of grabbing it in your oils. I believe Ray had said this before. The oils from your fingers will like just soak into leather. Let's see. Clean the sheath good enough before he put the gloves on.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Hey, Sema, how are you?
He was handling the knife when he got it, taking it in and out of the sheath, messing around with it, doing his little daydreaming thing about what he was going to do. Who knows?
Yeah, let me see. I did have an article.
Because I'm sure that knife's in the bottom of a lake or buried.
I'm gonna say it's buried. The reason why I'm saying I think it is buried is because if you throw it in a lake, you're not going to get it back. But I think that he might have buried it somewhere, just in case he didn't get caught. But he got that itch to do it again.
Maybe he wanted to use that. Yeah, maybe that was his signature weapon.
Right, and he could always go back to wherever it is that he buried and find it and get it and go do what he needed to do and possibly bury it back in the same place.
It'd be cool to see some of these magnet fishermen from YouTube stop at some of these places between his place and the house and do a little magnet fishing next to the bridges.
Right. Or just people, I don't know if they don't have, oh shit, what are the people that go out in the woods? I can't think of what they're called now. I'll think of it in a minute. But like the people that go out in the woods and dig for stuff, like
metal detectors.
Yeah, metal detectors. But there's like down here we have people who will go out around lakes and stuff like that because there was a lot of Native Americans here,
and
they'll go out. Yeah, so that's it. I wonder if just somebody out doing that and just happened to come across it. Can you imagine?
I mean, if there's anything, if there's anything left on it, I just can't imagine somebody going to school for what he was going to school for being all this kinds of stupid. That's what still doesn't make sense to me. It bothers me every time I think about this case.
It's And I'm not saying that he wanted to get caught, but it's almost like he wanted to get caught to
Yeah.
see if he could beat it.
Yeah.
Because literally,
These mistakes are just too stupid.
yeah, the phone, the car, the
The
leaving the
sheath.
sheep, just leaving just what they're claiming is DNA just on that snap. Like it could be all over the sheath for all we know. But they're saying
Right.
that they found it just on that snap. Now, if there's no DNA nowhere else on that sheath, but on that snap, how did, I mean, honestly, how did it end up just there but nowhere else? I mean, in order to touch the snap, you kind of got to touch the rest of the sheath.
You would think so. But I mean, if you think about it, when you run your thumb over a release snap or like a holster, it scrapes your skin a little bit.
But it would also touch other parts of like
Of the
the
sheath.
leather part
But
of
maybe
where
they're
the
just not
snap
saying
is.
it's on the sheath.
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe they got the strongest DNA from the snap.
That's what I'm thinking. Is maybe it's on other parts of the sheet. They just didn't because they didn't need to include that in a PCA. A lot, and I even forget that at times that they didn't put everything in the PCA because I'll be listening to some and I'll be like, well, wait, they didn't put that in the PCA, and then I'm like, oh yeah, never mind, they didn't have to because they put just enough in there to get the arrest warrant, where they didn't have to put everything in it that they have, and they could have that,
and then some.
Right.
Could be even more.
Right. It's going to be very interesting to hear what they got. All right.
I think between now and then, it's just going to be a crazy whirlwind tornado of bullshit and misinformation, just like the Rodney case.
Yep.
I really do. I think it's just going to do nothing but get worse, and it's going to just cause chaos on YouTube.
Yeah, it's
my prediction.
I mean, it's already to a certain degree bad.
Oh, it is. It's every day.
And it's just going to get worse.
I mean, I just pull up just the subs that I have that I don't even go to, but I just happen to see what they're talking about. And there's 6 of them from today that we're talking about this case.
Mm-hmm.
And those are just randoms.
Yeah.
I know there's big channels talking about this case too.
I mean, there's in some of the channels, and it's I think mostly theories, but they make good points in their theories, where you have others that are just talking nonsense just to get views. And it's crazy. All right. So here the timeline has to be perfect because shit. Hold on, I lost the comments.
Yeah, you're gonna have to slow chat, I think.
Okay, let me go do that because I was literally in the middle of that comment and it just left me. I'm just gonna do it for 5 seconds for right now. Maybe that'll. Okay.
1, 2, like I said, they're gonna grab onto this and they're gonna talk about it, but something's gonna come up between now and then. There's gonna be another horrific crime. There's gonna be other cases that's gonna pull this out of the spotlight temporarily. But when it hits court,
it's gonna
blow up.
It's the same thing with the Vallow case. Like it was huge until they got like Lori was just sitting in court or in jail, and she goes to the hospital for 9 or 10 months, and she goes back to a jail cell. But once the court thing starts coming up, and okay, we're going to court now, and there's going to be a trial, and then stuff started ramping back up. Hey, G, how are you? Let's see, but we don't know if they have any other DNA. Don't know what is found. That is true. Like literally, the only fact we know is that 4 kids have been murdered, and they have a guy sitting in jail right now that has been indicted on their murders.
And what's in the PCA?
And that's it.
That's it.
That's literally the only facts we know.
Everything else is theory and speculation.
That's it. And
protected. Don't forget the bushy eyebrows. we know about those.
I don't think there's just like even watching like shows like the First 48 or Unsolved Mysteries or cases that we've heard over the last few years. I've never heard anybody describe somebody else in saying bushy eyebrows. Like, did they have facial hair? What color was their hair on their head? Eye color? Just anything else. Just literally bushy eyebrows. And a single Van shoe print, too. One, two, that is sure. The footprint still bothers me. It really does.
Yeah, I don't know, man. With a house with that many kids running around, the whole one footprint thing bothers me too.
Because how do they know? Okay, Ethan's best friend, allegedly, this is coming from
They
a
all
source.
are fans.
Right. So Ethan's best friend comes into the house because Dylan has called him over there. He goes down to Xana's room and he sees Ethan and Xana and he checks for a pulse. If he got close enough to those bodies to check for a pulse, he more than likely stepped in something. Y'all know where I'm going with that.
Yep.
There's just I just don't see him not being able to. In the natural, and some people are like, well, why would he have checked for a pulse? And I think I even questioned that too, but it natural reaction. And no, I'm not saying that the pulse check was actually happened. I'm just saying based on what the sources have said. So how do they know if there's this kid is in the house? Other people have more than likely went into that house. How do they know that didn't come from somebody else?
Well, and my other question about this whole thing is going from room to room where these things happened. I mean, if you committed a violent act with a K-bar, wouldn't you think there'd be drops like everywhere? And there's no mention made of that.
Yeah, there was nothing else.
What do you wipe it off between killings?
Because that was something else that was brought up a while back, where you could tell usually where the first murders would have happened and where the second ones would have happened, because if it would have happened on the second floor first, there more than likely would have been a blood trail going up to the third floor.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, ask anyone who's ever skun a deer.
Right.
I mean, it's I hate to be so rudimentary about it, but I mean, anyone who's ever cleaned an animal for butchering, with a knife, you're gonna have blood dripping off of it.
So, I mean, did he have something other than clothes? Like, did he have a towel with him that he wiped it off on? That he could possibly wipe his hands off on to make sure?
He only had 8 minutes according to the timeline, so I can't imagine he was really thinking that hard. He had to be running through that house to make all that happen in 8 minutes.
But then he just walks out by Dylan. Like, you have such an adrenaline rush to begin with, and you're running in between, but when they're over, you just walk out of the house?
It kind of goes with his dead stare.
Right. I mean,
that's a lot of action in 8 minutes. That's a lot of actions to have happened that fast. 8 minutes is not that long of a. I mean, it's not much time.
It really isn't. And you just can't, when you have an adrenaline rush, I don't think you can just cut it off like that and go from straight adrenaline rush and running through the house and trying to, because of what's going on and trying to make sure nobody sees you and you don't get caught, to just literally cutting it off and walking out of the house where it just happened.
Well, you can't shut off an adrenaline rush, period.
It's just,
if it's a true adrenaline rush, you're not shutting it off.
So,
I mean, as a matter of fact, it's going to last longer than he was there, and then it's probably going to make him sick when he starts to come down from it. Because a true adrenaline rush will upset the hell out of your stomach.
Right.
I mean, most people.
Yeah. Riddler, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Happy Memorial Day.
Thank you. Happy Memorial Day to you as well.
And to you also, Big Al.
What's up?
One of the things I was going to say is the DNA, the blood transfer from victim to victim, from that knife going in, it's going to tell which one was first, second, third, and
right.
fourth.
Great.
Yeah.
If they did their job, they should be able to see that.
That is true.
But the other question I have is, how many people, and I'm sure it wasn't hundreds, went in and out of that house between, let's say, 4:30 a.m. and 11:58 a.m.
Like Troll said, the timeline, man. That 8 hours is something else.
Well, do y'all remember a while back I had showed the camera on Linda Lane that was on the top of the apartment building that was looking straight down Linda Lane to Taylor Avenue. And the guy that owned that apartment building, because they had came out to begin with and said that the murders happened between 3 and 4. So the guy of that apartment building goes back and looks on his surveillance footage, and he finds a white car um, that goes. It shows it goes in, but it doesn't come back out. And he turns that over to the police. And then all of a sudden they come out with it being between 4 and 5 that the murders happened. And this was one of the things I was wanting to bring up tonight. If they would have put out the correct time to begin with, if the murders really happened between 4 and 5, then maybe that guy with those cameras could have come out and looked at the time between 4 and 5 on his cameras and possibly picked up Bryan's car going in, and if it went back out, leaving at what time.
I'm curious to know what kind of cameras they were, if there was a DVR or if it was just a live camera. I mean, there's a lot of factors there just with the equipment.
True.
Linda Vinson's asking a good question. It's one that I ask all the time. She asked it in a different way. It says, no one else has been murdered in Idaho since Kohberger has been arrested. My question was, had Kohberger not been arrested, how many more unalivings would there been?
That is a good question. I think he would have probably committed more, but I don't know if it would have been in that area. I'm still wondering though, the girl that was over at WSU that they're saying that he broke into her apartment and then put cameras up for her. I'm still wondering if she was going to be a potential victim.
Well, that makes 3 people that should be playing lottery: her, Dylan, and Bethany.
Yeah.
They are so fortunate to be alive.
Because there's an article that is talking about the parallels of his case and Ted Bundy. And there was some survivors from Florida State University that was Ted Bundy survivors. They had come out and they had spoken this article. And they said that whenever they heard about the Idaho murders, that it brought back memories of what they went through. And there's a lot of similarities between the two. Ted Bundy attacks 4 girls at a sorority at FSU. Well, Bryan attacks 4 people. It wasn't a sorority house, but he still attacked 4 people. And so I got to thinking, but that's just, it wasn't a state university like WSU or FSU. So I got to thinking, well, was this girl that he went into her apartment and put these cameras up, like, was she going to be a victim of his? Like, was he at some way trying to actually mimic what Ted Bundy did to a certain degree, but throw his own type of twist in it as well?
The very first day I heard on the news about 4 college students stabbed, the first thing came to my mind was the Gainesville Ripper.
Mm-hmm.
He did it the same way, went through. Now, he was a little bit smarter than this guy. He spent the night out in the woods in a tent that he bought from Walmart. It only holds 1 person. And he had bought his K-bar at an Army-Navy store when he got off the Greyhound bus from Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
And he would go through glass door. Sound familiar? Glass door is easy to get into.
Right.
A lot of these homes are so soft targets.
Oh, yeah. They are.
He went in there. Now, the difference was Danny was hitting like 2 or 1 a night. And Gainesville at that time had about 30,000 to 40,000 students, and only about 400 or 500 dropped out. But all night activity was shut down until they could find this guy. They arrested the wrong guy They got this guy named Humphreys because they asked the college students, if you know somebody who's talking weird and good with knives, let us know. They found one, and this guy met that criteria. He has scars all over his face. He was real handy with the knife. They caught him bumping into his grandmother, which she said he did not push her down. They put him in jail and they blamed him. And he sat in jail for 10 months. The DNA came back and said it wasn't him. Now the town goes back into a panic. And of course, they get Danny robbing a convenience store. And they still don't know they got the Gainesville Ripper until they find out he's only got 3 fingers on his hands, on one of
Right.
his hands.
Oh wow. Hey, Lady V, how are you?
Hi, Riddler. Hi, Big Al.
Hi, Lady V.
How are you
Hello.
doing, Scarlet?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm great. I just thought I'd come up and join this part of the chat because my mind just goes wild whenever I start thinking about all of this. I
But I
mean,
go ahead.
oh
I'm sorry.
no, you go ahead, Riddler. I was
Uh,
really enjoying. I was really enjoying what you were saying. I was
but
just agreeing with you.
but everybody says somebody had to hear something, and of course I think it was Dylan said she heard a couple of things, but nobody heard Ted Bundy at the Florida State sorority house. One girl said she heard a little knock, but that was it. Now those walls are thin in those sorority complexes, and then nobody heard Danny, and he was in a house where there were 2 people sleeping. He even looked over top of one of his victims, then walked away and went to the other one. And of course, the Gainesville thing was worse than this because you had SA and you had mutilations.
Right.
But I'm really thinking BK might have came back to that site because he knows that female saw him and he can't find his sheath. And he's coming back to retrieve it and take care of her too.
And I do want to add the story with the girl from WSU that was they're claiming that he broke into her apartment and then he installed her cameras. We don't know for a fact that that's true or not. I haven't seen where this female has came out and spoke and told this story, and I don't know how somebody would go and find her to get that story from her.
I haven't seen that either.
Yeah, I haven't either.
But if it is true,
It's a great story.
right?
I've only heard Nancy Grace talk about it. And she does use the term allegedly. And she says that she needs a security cam, and she gets Kohberger to install this security system in her house. And she's also noticing things are being moved in the house while she's gone. And she comes back or missing.
Right.
Right.
I mean, that right there puts chills on you.
Yeah, it does. You know, the other person who used to do that was BTK.
Right. Kelly says, okay, because I said something to Kelly about it was like he was taking all of these SKs and like he was mixing them up into his crimes or whatever. And she said what he said about when he was arrested about was there anyone else that was arrested? I believe, guess he said that one too, or he said that one. That was John Wayne Gacy, I believe, that said that. And somebody correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but I believe that's who it was that said that.
I think it's his ego that's going to fry him in the end.
Oh yeah, the ego is just not gonna let him admit to guilt.
Yeah.
It's not.
You know, in my opinion, and okay, I'm going to go back just a little way, but not far. But this was the case. Right back at the very beginning of all of this, before any really hardly any, I think there's like 2 or 3 of us that was saying this, but then people were like, no, that can't be. We were like, there were things about what BK did that reminded us of Bundy and Gacy and BTK, you know, little things here and there that you're like, and we started saying that we thought it was a serial killer. And it wasn't very long after that I heard you and Grizzly True Crimes and started picking up on it and started having profilers come out and everything. And
Mm-hmm.
so, saying that, I mean, this has struck me all the way through, is that I personally believe that he did that on purpose. I personally believe that he wanted to get caught. Okay, let's think about it this way. And I'm just playing devil's advocate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's think about it this way. Maybe he took all those classes and everything so he knew what to do to ensure that he really messed up that badly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wanted to be caught, and he wants to up one up Bundy is what I think he wants to do. He wants to be acquitted from this.
I think he's trying to one up them all.
I do
His
too. I
ego's
really
that
do.
big.
Yeah, I do too. I totally agree with you. But I'm just talking specifically about winning this and being acquitted. That would be more of a line from Bundy, one out of his playbook, is what I'm trying to say. So that's what he tried to do. And I think BK wants to try to one up him by being acquitted.
Possibility, because I mean, just the bringing the cell phone, using his own car, and then leaving the sheep. It's
I mean, he
literally like he wanted to be caught.
okay, I know some really incredibly smart people that have no common sense whatsoever. But saying that, but in everything, all the classes he was taking and everything, the first fundamental thing would probably be uh they take their phone, and he's like, okay, don't do, you're thinking, okay, don't take my phone, right? I'm researching, and this, like, don't do this, don't do that. And he's like, well, I could do this or that and play with them a little bit or whatever. And just I don't know, I think it's all of them. I really do, but I really think he just wants to one up Ted Bundy in this one. I really do. I've always felt that way, and I have absolutely no reason why. And before this, I've been in the true crime community for years upon years upon years, but even before there was one, I haven't gotten up on panel and talked and stuff like I've really become very engaged over the last year and a half. But I don't think that I've thought about a serial killer is just not something that pops in my mind, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I mean, that was like the farthest way from my mind. And there were just a few things that hit me that I was like, so my point is, I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is, from the very beginning, I've had a gut feeling about this guy for whatever reason. And I just honestly, I think he wants to one up Bundy and win and be acquitted, because that's something Bundy didn't get to do. He didn't
Right.
win.
Yeah. I mean, it's possibility. It's and like I think it was Kelly Dime that just said it. It's like a game to him.
Mm-hmm.
This whole thing is.
Exactly. It's like one big huge mouse trap, that he made the cops put themselves in, I mean, if you think about, all the go here, and well, he went down the lake, he didn't forget to get rid of his phone then. He turned that phone off when he went, what, 3 hours down the road, and he was at that little lake area or whatever he went to, and then turned around and went back. He didn't forget to take or turn his phone off then. So why would he when he's going to do the deed?
Right.
And it's almost like he's daring him.
It is.
Okay, so Brett says what makes more logical sense is that he wanted to get caught to beat a case and commit a perfect crime, or that he was set up even if he was involved, or that he just looks at, or is that dumb?
Well,
No,
how?
I think he wants to. I
I would
think he
say
wants to
I
do
would
the
say the
perfect crime.
latter.
Yeah,
I'd
I
say
think
the
he wants to do
latter.
the
He was
perfect
just that
crime.
dumb.
I think I think you got to throw the dumbness in with it too.
Yeah, it
Uh,
definitely.
I mean,
The
because
only reason
how
why I'm
you got to be
the only
dumb to
reason why
want
I'm
to commit a
saying
murder
he's that
and
dumb,
get caught.
Yes. I'm sorry,
and
Ernest.
if he's still,
No,
it's
go
all
ahead.
good. It's all good. If he's calling himself trying to commit the perfect crime, nobody's ever done it because there's no such thing as the perfect crime. Which is why I went with the fact that he's just that dumb.
Not unless you're an
Well,
alien or a time traveler.
here's the thing, though. There are such things as a perfect crime. I mean, not that people don't leave evidence and stuff, but we have how many cold cases? Okay, I mean that have gone on now we're starting to solve because of DNA, but it's been like 70, 80, 90 years. I mean,
That,
whoever did
that's
it
still
is.
called sitting back and biding your time,
Well,
right?
I
Because
understand that, but
eventually
we're talking about people that aren't even alive anymore. So to them, that was their perfect crime, wouldn't it be?
nope, because they still get dealt with in eternity.
Well, that's with anything. I agree with you on that, but not going there, uh, to them, it would have been the perfect crime. I mean, as far as not thinking about that part.
I don't know. I think you can throw the dumbness in there because you got to be completely dumb to go want to murder somebody and
Yeah.
then want to commit the perfect crime, get caught to prove that you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
That's
I think,
completely dumb. Because what happens if it doesn't turn out to be the perfect crime and you get caught and you go down for it?
It's dumb, but he sees it as genius.
Well,
he
that's the
does.
ego.
Mhm.
It
That's where the
is.
Yep,
ego falls in.
that's where the ego comes in. I was gonna
Kelly,
quote
If
the
in
how
quote the
case if in
legendary
case
Johnny
he did
Cash.
do it.
Right.
And it, allegedly.
If he did do it, he's got a complex like we've never seen.
Oh God,
right.
that I believe that, and you can see it when he's sitting there in court. That he's like, I don't know, the dude's just, he's cold. He's very cold. His eyes are like vipers, but he's just still like very cocky looking to me.
Well, the other
I
part is
think I said the last time I was here.
how
I
many
think I said
people
the last
drive.
time I was here referring to it, guys, that if he had that if he was the manifestation of the phrase "if looks could kill."
Yeah. But Riddler?
I was going to say, how many people drive around in Moscow, Idaho at 3 and 4 in the morning? I mean, how many cars are on the highway?
Can't be that many.
And what a coincidence! He's near the crime scene.
Which makes
Mm-hmm.
me think with all those terabytes of data, there's a lot of traffic camera video.
Oh yeah, because my
Oh
God,
yeah,
that's what
There's a
56
lot of
terabytes.
traffic cam video.
And with the FBI sitting there doing all the legwork, or most of it, and they're just hand feeding it right over to the police department. They've got information on this guy that we don't even, we're not even close to knowing about.
Well, it's not a federal case, so is the FBI really involved?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they are.
Well, it's
Yeah.
across
You
states.
can invite the FBI
Into any case, yeah.
in any case, but they still serve under the sheriff.
But
They
if he
can't.
did cross state lines to commit a crime, that does make it federal, I think, doesn't it?
I think so.
If you cross state lines to commit a felony,
I think if you
it's
take
federal.
the body across state lines, not within
I'll
the
have to
state.
look that up.
Yeah, it's going to be but most of the time the FBI, they don't worry too much about adults. They're mostly worried about children.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, they don't missing reports. They don't worry about adults. They go for children who are missing or on these big crime scenes, these capital punishments. However, there's a lot of police departments who have called the FBI in and they can't come in until they're called in. They will come in then and then assist with the
Well,
operations.
it could also be because the fact it's a small town and they need help and all of this
Sure.
as well. I mean, if you look at our law enforcement, I mean, I have a great respect for them. I know there's the bad ones out there, but for the most part, we have some really wonderful people that I think very highly of. And but sometimes, I mean, we don't have enough people anymore. They have retired, they've left because they don't want to deal with all this. So LE's hands are really full with people that would have had, would have been in this position or that's not anymore because there's just not enough help.
Well, picture this: you got a small town police department. How many's on their staff? Was it about 40?
It
Wasn't
was
much.
36 officers, I think it was, wasn't it?
Okay, we'll just go with 36. How many of them are working on Sunday?
Right.
And then they find out about this case. And how are they going to, other than talking to the roommates, the two surviving roommates, how are they going to contact these kids' parents? How do they know their phone numbers? How do they know where they're at? Is there, in case of an emergency slip somewhere's around, they can pick up and just contact them that quick? That might have been why it took so long to get the information to the parents. And the parents were hollering, well, we got information from students before we got it from the police department. And the police
Well,
department
yeah,
has,
I get
the
that's
police department's got to be 100% sure on this. Now, maybe they can contact and I'm sure they did, the University of Idaho and say, look, here's what we got. We've got these three here. We need to get their information of who their parents are.
Yeah, but who's to say they actually, without talking to the roommates, who's to say they actually lived there?
Yeah.
Too. I mean, that's something else they would have had to check out.
And I don't see it on Moscow's website, like the Moscow PD's website, how many officers they have working there.
And
thought-
Nora's grandma, hello. I'm sorry, I can't type right now.
I'll find that
I was
stat
gonna-
for you.
Okay, because I figured it would have been on their website, like how many officers they have, and
It's not on their website. It's on another. I found it on another website.
okay.
As far as crossing state lines to commit a crime, crossing state lines to commit the crime of murder can be a federal charge.
That's what I thought.
So if the feds wanted to take it over, then I don't think it would be a death penalty case anymore, would it?
Well, the feds will use the U.S. Constitution, and the state will use the state constitution, and the federals, they'll have to carry it to another grand jury
Right.
to get an indictment. That's mandatory under the U.S. Constitution.
Wonder
Now,
if
some
Hasn't
states,
the,
Ladies
but
and
the
gentlemen,
FBI was sorry.
I was going to
just gonna
point
say,
out, ladies first.
I was just going to say that wasn't the FBI the ones that went in and collected a lot of the evidence and stuff, the forensics and all that? Wasn't that the FBI?
oh, I'm sure it was. I think they brought a trailer in
They did.
and parked
I
it
mean,
right there in the driveway or that little parking lot and started
right.
gathering things. And that could have been for supplies. It could have, who knows what it was for.
I wanted
But
to quote Nora's grandma for in a comment, and Scarlett agreed to this. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Guilty, in my opinion. No way that someone else used his car, his cell phone, all the other times, and planted the sheep. Who could do that?
so. Currently,
It's
according to
Nora's grandma.
Google,
I agree too.
there's 36 commissioned police officers and civilian personnel with 3 divisions, which include operations, service, and campus.
Yeah, I thought you were
So
right.
they actually
with
have a
that.
division for campus.
Oh, that
That's
was
the
the other
civilian.
night
That's
we were talking
civilian
about that.
personnel on the campus division.
And they said that Chief Roth said that as a whole, his office with all of the people that work there, like all the officers or whatever, was 90 years combined experience.
So if you've got 36 police officers,
That's not
That's not
He's
a
got to be
lot.
talking about detectives. He has to be.
He has to be that.
Because that's police officers, not
Yeah,
detectives.
right.
Well, the lead detective on this, how
Only
many
had
years
2
did he have?
years. 2
Had
years
2
experience.
years. Right now, he was in the war in the Gulf. I don't know what his capacity was there, but he served in the U.S. Army. Then he came back home and he got a job as a police officer. But once again, I'm sure he's smart enough where there's an FBI agent sitting next to him telling him every step to go through and checklist and how to organize it.
Under the
I know they
Moscow police.
assisted. I know they assisted for a while. I don't know if they still are.
Scarlett, I'm going to throw this in the back chat for you so you can pull it up on the screen. It's the roster at the police department,
Okay.
and it tells you their title. I don't see a single detective on this list.
Okay. Let me.
Oh, wait, there's one.
Well, there was one detective.
Forensic detective.
There's one detective says this is the worst case I've seen in 40 years. Well, I'm sure it is. Not too many things happened in Idaho in 40 years.
Well, there's only one. They have literally one detective listed on their roster. Well, I say one, and then there's a campus captain. And he's a sergeant. Or no.
Yeah. Okay. So the Lawrence Mowry dude, the forensic detective, he is the one, if I'm not mistaken, sent all of the search warrants.
Yep. That would make sense.
I do remember his name being, like I said, if not all of them, he sent most of them. I remember his name being popping up a lot on those search warrants when we were going over them.
It's not much of a police department, folks. I mean, it really isn't.
No, it's really not.
The county that I live in has a bigger roster than this, and it's
Oh yeah, absolutely.
pretty rural.
I mean, just the parish that I grew up in, it's not very big. Like the police, well, it would be the sheriff's department because the police department doesn't. It's like I think the mayor, the chief of police, and maybe 2 officers. But just the detectives within the sheriff's department, there was one in there that had like 30 years experience.
Well, have they brought the sheriff's department in on this as well in the investigation? Has anybody heard?
I've heard mostly.
I wouldn't think so.
No, I've heard mostly Idaho State Police.
State Police, okay.
Yeah, not the Latah County Sheriff's Department. Now, I'm not saying Latah County wasn't there helping and with some things possibly, but it's mostly been FBI, Idaho State Police, and then Moscow Police Department. And Chief Fry coming out and saying, my department is still lead in this investigation.
Right.
He wanted to make sure everybody knew that they were still lead and not ISP or FBI.
Right.
Trying to see, there's only a few names on this list that I have heard of within this case. Brett Payne being one, Mitch Nunes was the other one, because that is the one that Brett Payne talks about in the PCA, that he goes back and he watches Officer Nunes.
Right.
I don't know if that's Nunes or Nunez, but he goes back and watches his body cam footage, and that's where he sees the dog Murphy was in Kaylee's room when they first arrived. And then the Mowry guy, and of course James Fry. Somebody had brought Shane Gunderson up, but I forgot what that was over. Oh, and then Justin Blaker, but other than that, I haven't heard any of these other names.
I think that's just because they're patrol cops. I think they only have one detective.
Well, who was the guy that always spoke? He would speak at a lot of the press conferences that looks like Chief Fry.
See, I missed most of the press conferences. I come here to get that information from you guys.
Oh, I can't remember what his name is,
But
he looks like you would think him and Chief Fry were brothers.
Yeah.
They look a lot alike.
I know who you're talking about.
But I don't remember his name. 4 detectives are listed on 11/27 press release. Good Lord, y'all. I'm seeing stuff that is not there tonight. Let's see. I'm trying to go back through the list and just see if if the name pops out to me, but I
bet
don't.
you they're the sergeants that they listed.
But
I'm hearing
I
a
thought
back
for sure
voice.
they had got some like help, other LE help from other places. Maybe some of these detectives are from there.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to their website. I've got the other one still pulled up though back here that Big Al sent because I want to find 11/27 press release real quick.
Rhea says Roger Lanier,
That's it.
Lanier.
Yes, that's it. Thank you, Roger. 11/27. Let's see. Does it have their names on it? Okay, so this is who, it doesn't have their names, but this is who they're saying that was working on this case. Pull it up here. So they had just from Moscow Police Department, 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers, 5 support staff. FBI had 22 investigators in Moscow, 20 assigned agents located throughout the United States, 2 behavioral analysis unit investigators, and then ISP had 20 investigators in Moscow, public information officer, ISP forensic services, and mobile crime scene team, and then 15 uniformed troopers to assist with community patrols.
That's a lot of cops.
That's a lot of cops.
Yeah.
Excuse
But this is when they were at the time, and this was, what I say, the 27th, so just a few.
Lanier's a captain. He's not a detective or a patrol officer. He's a captain. According to the roster.
He would be the one that would be underneath the chief, right? Wouldn't it be chief and then captain?
I would think so. Then lieutenant, and then sergeants, and then
Right.
detectives, and then patrol officers.
I guess they don't have an assistant chief.
Probably not. Not with that. I guess such a
Too small.
I would think so. It'd probably be too small for.
Well, too small, and
I live in a
they
big city, and
apparently
we
don't
have
much in crime.
I live in a big city. We have a sheriff and then an undersheriff. Then after that, you start seeing one's got 5 stars, one's got 4 stars. They all want to be in the military all of a sudden.
Yep.
And then it starts dropping down to 2 stars and 1 stars for directors. They're called there's like 7 or 8 directors. And then after that, you start getting into the captains and lieutenants. Soon they'll have major and
what did I do?
Corporals and everything else.
Easy there, killer. You're getting a little click happy, aren't you?
No, I was trying to type something in the YouTube chat instead of StreamYard chat, and I wasn't clicked on the YouTube chat. And if you're not clicked on one of them, then and you go to just start typing, it goes to moving like people around on the panel.
Your shortcut keys.
Yeah, well, I don't need. I need the mouse for that. I don't need shortcut keys. What was that? Y'all, I was about to say something. I don't think here, like we have the sheriff for the parish, and of course you got like your little town cops or whatever. But I think we only have a sheriff, and then it goes. I don't think there's like an under sheriff or anything like that here. Now maybe like the bigger cities, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, may have it, but I don't think the parish where we're at. I don't think we have that.
Yeah, you guys in your parishes, man. There's some crooked guys running on I-10 down there. I'll tell you what.
Oh, boy,
they pulled me over one day in a rental car, man, and they tore that car apart.
Oh yeah, you know why, don't you? Because I-10 that's like the main corridor for them running drugs out of Houston over to New Orleans and into Florida.
I had a tool bag and a suitcase and an airline ticket. That flying into Houston, rented a car, had to drive to New Orleans because they couldn't get in direct, and they tore that car apart, and then wrote me a speeding ticket. And I wasn't even speeding.
Was it a parish cop or
Yeah, it was a parish cop. And when I
okay.
called and said I wasn't speeding, and they went, "You want to pay the ticket, or we're going to suspend your license? What are you going to do?" They wouldn't even talk to me. I mean, it wasn't even no phone court. You want to come back and go to court? You come in here to go to court? And I was like, man, even if I did come to court, you guys are going to hang me from the closest street to the courthouse. Here's your money.
Yeah, state police is really bad down there on I-10.
They're the worst. I've been pulled over a bunch of times in my life, and that was by far the worst. I mean, I swear I heard the guy snap the glove as he was walking up to the car, and I was like, God, I hope he's got lube, because this is going to be horrible. It's hotter than shit out here.
Yeah, they're pretty ruthless down there.
Ooh, man.
I bet they catch a lot of people, man, because they were, I mean...
Yeah, they're
if I was guilty of something, they would have known, because I was panicked, and I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, that's like the main corridor to run it. And there's like, if you're going up I-49, there's one parish, DeSoto Parish, that is like horrible for the cops. Like if you drove I-49 enough, you know where they all sit. But they constantly through that parish have people pulled over, writing speeding tickets.
Yeah, they weren't messing around with me, man. They made sure that I was scared shitless. And I don't usually get nervous around cops at all, especially when I'm not doing anything wrong. But they actually had me nervous. I was like, God, I hope they don't plant something in the car. I end up in jail in Louisiana. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a YouTube channel that you can watch, just I-10 and them pulling people over.
I'm going to have to find that.
It's kind of crazy down there. That's why I don't like driving on I-10 when we go to the beach. I will avoid I-10 at all costs if I have to.
Well, by the way, speaking of which, I'm sorry, my husband and I went to Shreveport about almost 20 years ago now, and we wanted to go to a restaurant and sit down by the river or the whatever and have dinner and all of this, and we pulled into Shreveport. We went down to the water area. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the thing. We weren't there long enough because, like, we sat down, we ate, and we got back up and drove right back out because it was scary as hell. I mean,
there.
I don't remember hardly seeing any building that wasn't boarded up.
Yeah,
I mean, and papers flying everywhere all over the street. It was like really weird.
You were in the bad part of it.
Bad.
Yeah.
We're like, we are not staying here. So,
but and just think that if Bryan would have been in Louisiana, it would have been, I think, completely different as far as like the cops. And don't get me wrong, Louisiana's got crooked cops. Louisiana or Texas.
Yeah, both of them do.
Yeah, it's Texas would have been really hard on him because I don't think it would have taken the state of Texas as long to catch him as what it did. I don't know.
Check the back chat, Scarlett.
Well, and you got the Rangers there too.
Right.
New Orleans has real crooked cops. I mean, they had gangs within New Orleans Police Department.
Wow.
Okay, real quick, y'all. Bethea wants to announce some Amber Alerts that needs some attention real quick.
Thanks, Scarlett. I want to start out in El Paso, Texas. There's an Amber Alert out for 4 children. Michael Carmody, age 4, stands 3'4", 35 pounds, with blonde hair, unknown eye color. 12-year-old Aldred Williams stands 5'8", 130 pounds, with blonde hair, unknown eye color. 14-year-old Isabella Williams, 5'4", 110 pounds, with blonde hair, brown eyes. Aiden Williams, 16 years of age, 5'8", 110 pounds, with unknown hair, unknown eye color. And they may be in the company of suspect Jennifer Carmody, 42 years of age, 5'5", 150 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. If anybody sees these These children, they may be in grave or immediate danger. Please do not hesitate to call the El Paso Police Department at area code 915-212-4040. We also have an Amber Alert out of San Antonio, Texas. Zyla Fawkes is 2 years of age, stands 2 feet 9 inches, weighs 30 pounds, with black hair, brown eyes. And Camille Brown Sykes, 9 years of age, 3 feet 9 inches tall, 80 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. They're also looking for a suspect, Khadijah Fawkes, 28 years of age, 5'5", 120 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. If you see these children who also may be in grave or immediate danger, don't hesitate to contact the San Antonio Police Department at area code 210-207-7660. If you see something, say something. Let's bring these children home safe. Thank you.
Amen.
Yeah, those poor Texas cops right now, man. They are really fighting a battle down there.
Oh yeah.
It's just I pray for them every day. I met a lot of really nice cops when I was down there working. I was down there on a 15-month contract, and a lot of really nice border patrol guys, a lot of really nice cops, and man, they're stretched so thin right now. They need our prayers, big time.
Amen.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, I'm still here. I just had to mute out for a second. But thank you for sharing those, Bethea. I did hear about the one that was in El Paso, but I hadn't heard when it first came out, but I hadn't heard a whole lot after that.
Well, they're still looking for those 4 plus possible mother. I think it's the mother.
Okay, so let me ask you this real quick regarding the one in El Paso, because I've
Sure.
seen 2 different flyers that has the same little girl on it that is missing. One of them had a picture of a guy on it, and said that he was the abductor. Then I seen another one that had that same little girl on it that had an older lady that was on it, saying that she
The
was the
older
one.
lady in question is Jennifer Carmody.
Okay, so that's the mom, right?
That's the mom.
Okay, so is her and the guy that they had a picture of, are they in together?
Well, when I first saw the flyer from Nick Mick, it was her on it. I didn't see a guy.
Okay, let me see if I can find the one with the guy. And I want to say that I might have shared it on my Twitter. Let me see. It may take me a second to find it, because I
Okay.
remember seeing, like I said, the one with the guy, and then all of a sudden it came out again with the lady on it, and I was like, did they get it mixed up or what? Because it has the same little girl on it. Well, let me see if I shared it. Oh, good Lord, no! I must not have. So hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Wait, let me double check. You're talking about the one out of El Paso, am I correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 4 children abducted in this one.
Okay, let me. From Texas. Okay, so this one here, and I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Let me make sure nobody's stuff is showing. Let me pull this one up, because this one here is not the one I'm talking about, but this does have 4 kids.
That's the one. That's the one I just mentioned.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can find, because there was another one that's also from El Paso. And let me see if I can find it. It had a little girl, and it had a guy that they said was Hispanic that had taken her.
That's the one out of San Antonio.
Okay,
That's the
well, I
one out of
wonder
San
what.
Antonio.
Okay, so that one is that guy, and then the lady that they have a picture of with the same little girl that's missing. Are they in together?
I think so, because they had just apprehended him and charged him with custodial interference.
Okay, because that's the one that I haven't heard a whole lot about since the missing person flyer has went out. Okay, let me go.
Right.
Good Lord, I'm just clicking on stuff. Okay, because I the
If I
one with
remember,
the one with the 4 kids that I just showed, they're claiming like the truck was red, but it could be painted black, and
mhm,
it's just
the vehicle that I heard of was a gray 2008 Saturn Aura, and if my memory serves me correct, the license plate number was SWS 6018.
okay. All right, give me just a second. I'm trying to find because there's a little girl, but it just has her picture. I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
find the one. Okay, this one right here. This isn't the missing person flyer, but this is the little girl and the guy that they're saying that took her. This one right here. But this same little girl, they have on another missing person poster with a
That's
lady.
the one.
Okay,
That's the one. That's little Camille.
okay. So they found this guy then, right?
Yeah, 29-year-old.
Was it Zyla? No,
No,
that's a 2-year-old.
that's Camilla Brown Sykes, and the guy next to in the on the other picture, that's 29-year-old Julio Nahar Trevio, something like
Trevino.
that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Well, see,
What's the
whenever I
other
see
one? Can you put
because
the other one up?
yeah, let me see if I can find it because that's where I got confused at because I seen that missing person flyer with those 2 pictures, that little girl and that guy. And then the next one I seen had that little girl and another lady. And so I was wondering like, well, maybe they got it mixed up and he wasn't the one that took her, maybe she was, or vice versa. And then because I was thinking, well, if they both had something to do with it, why wasn't they both put on this missing person poster as being the one who took her?
I have a question. Where's the little girl from?
That
Where's
one's from San
this
Antonio. Let's see. I know that. Okay, so here's the other one. Let me pull this one up like this. Okay, so here's the other one.
uh-huh.
Khadijah Falks.
That's the one. Right. 28
So
years of age.
yeah. So it was like why not put on both of the adults on there together?
is your
Maybe maybe Julio sung like a canary. Harry, and that's the reason why Khadijah's on the run now.
Could
I
be
wonder, do you think maybe he might have abducted her and then passed her off to her mom?
That's a possibility.
possibly.
I'm assuming absolutely nothing.
Well, hopefully these 2 kids though are found safe.
I'm hoping they're all found safe,
And
both
then
in
you
El
said there's
Paso
one
and
with,
San.
and the one in El Paso's 4 kids?
Yes.
Riddler, are you asleep?
No, I'm just breathe heavy.
Okay, okay,
I'm a COVID survivor.
okay.
Oh,
I was just making sure.
so I'm out.
Okay, let's see. Hold on, I'm checking
Wide
something real
awake
quick.
here.
Riddler never sleeps. By the way,
No.
it's nice seeing you in all the chat rooms, Riddler.
Well, I enjoy crime. I can remember I used to get off work at midnight and I'd rush home just to watch Robert Stack with that unsolved mysteries.
Yeah.
I never could understand that because if it's unsolved, if you solve it, it's not a
Yeah.
mystery. They got two words there together, but it's sold, and that's what it was designed to do to get
Yeah,
ratings.
of course.
They actually have a channel on Samsung TV app that's all the unsolved mysteries all the time, and it's free. If you have internet access,
Not
you
to
can get
mention
it.
they have a brand. Not
Yeah,
to mention they have brand new episodes on Netflix.
yeah, they got new episodes on Netflix, and then there's like 6 true crime channels now on that Samsung TV app. and
Mhm.
it's just nothing but true crime shows that just run 24/7.
Oh yeah, I've
Oh,
got
wow.
Roku, and there's several different. It's really boomed up now. Pluto had the best app, but now everybody's getting into it,
I
and
agree.
there's a lot of stations you can watch for free. And one of them that I purchased, and I take turns every time one runs out subscription, I go buy another one to see which one I like the best. But every one of them's got about 6 or 7 crime channels, and you could get stuck there watching that all day long.
Well, that's what happens to me on YouTube already.
Yep, me too.
Well,
I'm
just
never
think.
on regular TV. In fact, our direct TV, we forgot to pay it. And my husband and I, well, what happened was he got a new credit card with a new date on it, and we forgot to up that, is what it was. And one day he happened to turn direct TV on. He's like, our direct TV isn't working. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, so I never watch it. Well, come to find out, we've been disconnected. I was like,
That'll save
yeah,
you
that
$150 a month.
Yeah,
no kidding. That's why I said, why are we paying for direct TV when obviously we don't watch it enough to know it's not working.
I'll tell you what, if you have a good internet connection, I don't generally recommend things like this, but YouTube TV
Oh, I got it.
is a great freaking value. If
It
you have a
is.
good internet connection, it really is a good value.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
we have a really good internet connection here. Because that's all I do all day long for years. That's all I've done is just streamed YouTube or whatever, or Netflix or something. I hardly ever watch regular TV anymore.
I
And the
haven't done
thing of it
3 years.
is YouTube TV, whenever I set it up, allowed me to put our hometown network in as what pops up. So like if you need the weather or whatever, it's like right there every time you turn on YouTube TV, it's right there. And that's more, direct TV didn't do that. We had to change it to that channel.
Right.
I've tried
Even
several different ones, and I found out YouTube was the best for me. But I wouldn't even be on any of them. But I like watching ESPN because I'm a big sports fan,
Oh,
and ESPN has got the whole world in the palm of their hands. I don't know why
yes,
they're
they
going
do.
broke. They just had a big layoff, but you can't watch. You got to pay big time to get ESPN. Had it not been for ESPN, I probably wouldn't watch any of this because I like watching the old Cowboys, like the Rifleman,
oh gosh, my husband does all of that.
and I like the older movie stars. And I watch some of the others, like Have Gun Will Travel.
Yeah, he does too. And then Car 54, where are you? And I'm
Oh
like, oh
gosh!
my good God.
And believe it or not, from time to time, I'll watch the old Batman movies.
Oh,
Uh,
those were good.
yeah, back with the Riddler, and would be surprised how many stars they had on that Batman.
Oh,
Caesar
yeah, it was
Romero,
amazing.
remember the
Yeah,
Penguin, Burgess Meredith, and the 3 different cat women or woman. They had 3
yeah,
Yeah,
different
Julie
ones.
Newmar, Lee
Yeah,
Merriweather, and Eartha Kitt.
Eartha Kitt, and then the Riddlers. They had 2 of them, but I like
Eartha
Frank
was my
Gorshin
Frank
was
favorite.
my
Gorshin.
favorite, and that's why I chose the name Riddler because I was always a big fan of him. How he would laugh and then he act like he had a brain
I
freeze, and then you
always
go back to
wondered
it.
why you chose
And
that
he gave
name.
those little riddles, and that's why I liked it because it's a mystery
Yeah,
with
yeah.
those riddles.
Can
So
y'all go ahead?
Honestly, I thought the Riddler would always literally make Batman and Robin work to solve those riddles.
Yeah, he did.
right,
I liked him. What was his name?
Frank Gorshin.
Oh, yes. Oh my gosh. He was
I was
incredible.
that of all Batman's villains, the Riddler was the one I respected most because of that
You,
work ethic.
you know, the thing of it is, though, he's in movies and other things like that, that he's a very serious guy.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
the best actor probably on there was Caesar Romero, the Joker,
oh, yes. Oh,
because
yes.
before World War II broke out, he was going to be what we look at today as like the John Wayne or the Gregory Pecks of Hollywood.
Yeah.
He was going to be their number one guy, and all of a
He
sudden
was
that happened.
awesome.
So and he could do a lot of things. He could sing, he could dance, he could act, and I didn't know him until I watched the Batman episode. Then as I got older, I started seeing him in black and white cowboys. Of
Hmm.
course, my favorite cowboy of all is Audie Murphy.
Yes.
He was my favorite, and he left this world way too soon. And after everything he went through,
Can y'all imagine if they come out with a bunch of movies about Bryan Kohberger?
Oh my
I was
lord.
going to write
Oh,
one,
I
but
bet
a
they
little bit
will.
different.
Really?
Yeah, could you imagine? You write a story about something similar like this, and all of a sudden he breaks out of jail. They can't find him,
Are you
and
kidding
now,
me? You
and
write
now
a
he's
movie about this guy's head's gonna fucking explode.
yeah. I'm gonna tell him about it. I'm gonna write him a letter to my Hollywood producer, and then he goes after crime sleuths who are trying to get him back in jail. And could you imagine how interesting that story would be?
Boy, I
It
bet
would
we'd
be.
have him caught. I bet we'd have him caught pretty quick.
Oh, there would
I'd pay
be
for his rehab.
everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody that is on YouTube or some type of
All
social
over
media
the world.
platform, they would be like looking out their windows 24 hours a day just waiting for him to pass by their
Yep.
house.
All
Oh,
over
he
the
couldn't
world.
get
He
away
wouldn't be
with it
safe.
today with
No,
all the
he
cameras
couldn't.
on the highways. I mean,
Nope.
everywhere you go, there's a camera watching you. There's no expectation of privacy when you're in the public.
And he would try to get help from like another criminal. They'd be like, "No, dude, we can't help you. You got too much heat on you. Like you literally got the whole world of social media looking for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's yeah, there's nowhere he could go.
There's not. I don't think there's anywhere really in the world that he could go to.
No, I
How
don't
many
either.
times did Bundy break out? Twice.
Yeah, I
He's
know at
I
least
think it
twice,
was
I know
at least
once.
3 times.
I know
Let's
he
see, he
jumped.
went out the window.
He went out the window, and that's how he injured his leg. And
One he went, and then one he went out of the library. Didn't he go out the window twice?
I know he went out the library, and another time he went out of the jail. He found a place, I think, to get out of there.
Okay, it was 2 times.
Twice,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And ironically, I was officiating high school football at the time, and we were talking about Bundy, and the head referee said he was a prison guard that was assigned to him at Florida State Prison. And he said Bundy all day long would run in place, do jumping jacks, push ups, sit ups, pull ups while he was in his cell. And he said one day we couldn't find him.
Mm.
And they found him in a laundry, what do you call those little buggies that's got all the laundry in it? That's what he was in, one of those buggies, and they were getting ready to load it onto the truck. And he said about 5 minutes later, that truck would have drove out of that prison.
Oh wow.
Now, nobody, for far as I know, has ever escaped from Florida State Prison. Across the street from it is another big correctional called Union. A lot of people call it Rayford Union Correctional. And because Florida got so overloaded with people on death row, they had to move the other hardcore criminals over to Union Correctional. But I got to go in both those prisons. Not both of them. I went into Union Correctional. I couldn't go into Florida State Prison because I used to serve the canteens. I used to bring them their food and supplies, and you go right in there, and the trustee helps you unload the truck, and you carry everything in there. And heck, the trustees were in there for murder one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and you're sitting right there talking to one, and the guy I was talking to, his name was Tiny, and he was about 6'5" and built, and he looked just like the cowboy named Cheyenne. And he educated me real quick. And he said, "Don't you ever do anything that'll put you in here." And he said, "This is the last place in the world you want to live." And he told me his story. His girlfriend broke up with him, and they weren't going to see anybody else, but she just wanted time to be away. Well, someone called him up and says, "Hey, she's with some lawyer having dinner." And he waited out in the parking lot and shot them both with a shotgun, and that's what he's doing in there for life. Yeah, he was supposed to go to death row, but they're overcrowded. But gosh, this guy was so big and so strong and so handsome looking. I'm like, how did you get in here? What'd you do wrong? Well, that was the wrong question. He said, you never asked that. He goes, what did they pin on you? Because as soon as I asked him, what did you do wrong? He asked everybody in the room, did you do anything wrong? Everybody said no.
Yeah.
And then they taught me. And then later, the guards took me down there because I kept going down. They put me in a cell and locked it. Talk about claustrophobia almost setting in.
Mm-hmm. I could imagine.
You go in that cell, and this place is like a dump inside. Remember, there's a toilet sitting right there by you, and it stinks. And They have to get up every morning about 5 or 6 in the morning and shower and breakfast. Then they put them to work. Everybody's got different details they do. Some get to, excuse me, some get to go off the prison grounds and go outside and then come back in, but with a team. But there was just so many things I learned about, and those guys down there are so sneaky. The things they can do with what little they have. You'd be surprised how their mind works.
Riddler, have you ever heard of? Are you ever on Twitter?
No, I don't. I'm not on any of the social medias.
Oh, okay. I couldn't figure out your voice. I was trying to place it. You sound just like a guy that goes by the moniker Cat Turd on Twitter. Like literally, and he's and that's a compliment. Just so you know, that's a compliment. I'm not giving you a hard time. You sound just like him.
Okay,
He has a podcast.
Real quick, Nora's grandma said that she just read an update about the Amber Alert involving the kids. The guy arrested was the bio mom's boyfriend who took the kids where their mom is, but now won't disclose where. CPS tried removing kids. Let's see. I'm trying to see if Nora puts another comment to go with that one. So she says she just heard an update about him.
So he did take the kids to the mom.
Yeah, what Nora is saying that she heard in the update, he did.
That's the only way I could see them putting two different ones.
Let's see.
Maybe Ernest is right. Maybe I just forgot what I was going to say.
Maybe he flipped. Maybe the boyfriend flipped on the mom,
Yeah,
and that's why they. Yeah,
that's
it could
what
be
I
a
was gonna
possibility.
Swim like a canary.
Could be a possibility.
Sorry, my mind just went completely blank.
No,
It's
you
all
could.
right. It's all right.
But
I'm older than any of y'all, so I got it right.
Well, Lady V, if you find yours, tell it to tell mine to come home.
No, I got post-it notes everywhere too.
I mean, the post-it notes is like Troll tells me all the time. I have too many around my desk.
Oh, I know.
They're everywhere.
I was just getting ready to say, when I worked at AT&T, I worked back office for a while and stuff, and my bosses would come in and say, do you really think AT&T can afford all of your post-it notes?
That's when you look at them and go, it can't afford me not having them.
Exactly.
Right.
Whatever it takes to get shit done. That's what my boss used to tell me.
Nothing more satisfying than pulling down a post-it note that you completed.
True. And nothing worse than seeing one laying on the floor and going, God, I hope that wasn't important.
Yep.
King Scarlet says that BK is a Scorpio.
A stinger.
Late September, early October. No, take that back. That's Sagittarius.
November. His birthday's November 22nd or 21st.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's after Libra.
I like my peaceful Virgo sign. Nice and peaceful. No threat to anyone.
I'm a Taurus.
I'm a nicely balanced Aquarius.
My husband's a Libra, thank God.
So am I.
I'm an Aries. You can't dodge it, ram it.
That's what my mom was. Man, we butt each other's heads.
I like that Aries. If you can't dodge it, ram it.
I used to have that on my Dodge truck. I used to have a Dodge pickup. I had that on there. Can't dodge it, ram it.
Oh man, I used to get a kick out of the old those old Dodge Ram ads. Dodge trucks are Ram tough.
Yep. Well, they used to show the two Rams colliding with each other.
Yeah, I remember that.
I gotta look up what it does. Being a Scorpio mean.
They're not a good. I mean, they're pretty prickly.
I was going to ask
If
a
you cross the
question
law,
because I know it's different here in Florida. In Florida, to get a public defender, you have to be an indigent,
Okay.
and they've got a line of how much income you got. But I've seen judges say, well, if you got a car, if you got rings or jewelry or
Sell it.
necklace, sell it, and you have to buy.
Yep.
Next thing
Oh
I know, every
wow.
time I look around the country, everybody's got nice cars, nice jewelry, and they got a public defender. And so then my next question is, how do you get a public defender and a private attorney?
Isn't the private attorney pro bono?
I don't know because I
No,
haven't
she was
seen
a
that.
And like I
Wasn't she
said, I
still
don't
a
know
public
Idaho
defender?
laws.
I don't think Massa is a public defender. I think possibly Ann Taylor
Yeah,
has something to do with her coming on. But let me look that up because I haven't seen that she's a public defender because she works in a private firm.
there wasn't. I think she wasn't. Wasn't she one?
you
Is
got to
that what?
be.
And they didn't have
Yeah, I
one, so
thought
they
she.
called her in.
Yeah, they were. She's listed as a PD that can do death penalty cases.
Right,
Is
and
she on
because they
that
didn't
list?
have.
Yeah, she's on that list.
Yeah,
Oh,
because they didn't have
okay.
one.
Yeah, they didn't have one. So
Okay. Well,
I know in Minnesota, what you just said, Riddler, is exactly true. If you get up in front of a judge and say, I need a public defender, they'll ask you, what kind of car you drive?
Yeah, what's your income? Well, how
What's
much
your income? What kind of car you drive? You
kind of
got
car
any
you got?
assets?
Yeah, you got any jewelry, land? They go through the whole thing like that.
Yep.
And unless you were just an indigent that was homeless, it's hard to get one here.
Well, I wouldn't
And
say it's hard here, but they definitely ask you the questions. I mean,
I even donate my old suits to the public defender because I knew him, and he would. That's what they dress out these people who have no clothes practically, because where are they going to show up
Yeah,
in
I was
court?
gonna.
An old T-shirt and a
I was
pair of
gonna say you
jeans.
got to be in
Right.
some kind of You would have to be in some kind of a downward state to get a public defender pro bono.
well,
Wait a minute.
public defenders is no charge.
Yeah,
There's no bill in the end for a public defender, but if he's got co-counsel, that's private counsel, that would have to be pro bono. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified for the public defender. They'd just use his other counsel.
Well, his
Well, wait a
parents
minute.
just set up a
Mhm.
GoFundMe page.
Oh, please.
They did. They set up a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my
Well, they're
lord.
probably going to get
Well, what the
they're
internet
going to get
says.
it yanked down, and then they're going to have to go to Give, Send, Go, because GoFundMe is just somebody's going to complain about that, and it's going to get pulled down.
Yeah, that's not right.
It was
Especially if
it was
he
on
is
the internet,
allegedly,
and
you know.
it was under TikTok. They showed it says Kohberger's family has a GoFundMe page. Now it says the family, it doesn't say him. But maybe
Well,
they
if
need
it's
money.
going to him,
I don't know if they need money to fly out there and stay there during the trial or what. I don't know.
let him
Okay.
do what every other family has to do when it's out of state.
Well, look at Murdaugh. He's getting money sent to him while he's in prison.
I know. That's the thing.
Brian is too.
Yeah.
There's people putting money on his books. These women.
Oh, but yeah.
Yeah, they're putting it on his books or whatever. Now, I don't know if maybe the parents starting to GoFundMe. Does anybody have the link to that? Because it should have on that GoFundMe
I'm looking for it right now.
What it's used for.
Yeah, I'm looking for. There's all kinds of TikToks about it, but I'm not a TikTok person, so I don't even have TikTok. So I don't know if it's something I'm going to be able to even find out.
Because maybe they could be using it, to help them with costs to get out to Idaho for the trial. But they could also be using it just maybe for bills or something like that because, allegedly the two sisters have lost their jobs. Don't know if the mom or dad was working or not.
Well, they should be like any other. They should be like, not that his family's responsible for him, but they should be like every other person out there. I mean, we've got people all over that are actually being wrongly convicted, and their families aren't setting up all these GoFundMe pages to get,
Right.
out of state.
I mean, just
Correct.
like what they were going to
Or
do for Vallow, like the people, like Tammy Daybell's family, they couldn't come up. Her parents couldn't come up from
right,
Utah to Idaho, so they were going to set up a thing to where, or that's what they were wanting. Like this, her sons were, Tammy's brothers were wanting it, so where they could view it in Utah, which they
right,
should have done.
yes,
Um, and they were going to do it, I believe, for Bryan's. Hey Skittles, how are you? Where like the Zoom thing or whatever. And
right.
they if Brian's
That way they don't
family,
have to travel.
right, Brian's family, people, some people feel bad for him, some people don't, and they're, that's their opinions, and they have a right to it. Uh, the whole sister thing, losing their jobs, if that's really why they lost, if they really did lose their jobs and it has to do with Brian, I don't think that's right because they didn't do it. They didn't make him do it.
Right,
Um,
exactly.
his parents, like if they can't afford to go to their son's trial, then the court should set it up to where they could watch it because they
Right,
have a right to be there too. It's their son.
right. But
Um,
not to have a GoFundMe page for
Well,
people to
right,
finance them going. That's just
right,
not right to me.
right.
As of right now, there is no GoFundMe with the last name Kohberger registered for him.
Oh. What about there's
If you do
none?
a simple search, for Kohberger on GoFundMe,
So there's not even one for like the last name Kohberger.
well, there's other people with the last name Kohberger on here, but nothing that has anything to do with him.
Okay.
It's medical, different medical things, but nothing is applicable to this.
when they raided his parents' home and they're in Pennsylvania, was that Pocono? I wonder how
Yeah,
they arrested him on the inside of the house, correct?
yeah, in the kitchen area of the house.
So I'm wondering how much of when law enforcement goes in, I mean, they can do some damage.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like broken windows, doors off the hinges.
Now, okay, so like the day after, or maybe 2 days after they raided the house and arrested him, Brian Enton was out in Pennsylvania and actually walked up to their front door. And the cameraman went up there with him, and they had one of these big wooden doors, front doors that had like the big glass in it, and they had to put duct tape over the door because the
Hmm.
glass was broken out. So I know that they did that. There was a picture of the dad after the arrest was made where he was outside the house, like cleaning up the outside and stuff like that. But I'm sure there was some damage to the house.
Yeah, because
Oh,
they went in
yeah,
like pretty much
yeah.
every opening, right?
I'm pretty sure it was considered like a, well, it would
It's
have
a
been
SWAT.
no knock.
I would think it'd be a no-knock
Well, not,
SWAT
yeah.
situation.
Yeah,
So broken windows, broken, like I said, the
door
door, the window,
broken, everything. Yeah,
and just imagine in those big doors is that has those glass, the big pieces of glass in it are super expensive to. You might as well just go buy a new door.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And there's no telling how many broken windows, but I do know that the window in the front door was broken out because, like I said, he went up to the front door, Brian Enton did, and knocked on it. And I'm assuming it was Brian Kohberger's dad that was inside, said that this is private property. Would you please leave? And Brian Enton left.
okay, maybe I'm just cold-blooded. I don't know, but I don't feel sorry for them about that. Like I said, other people have it happen to them too, and they
Right.
do without going to other people and asking for money. And maybe I'm just, I don't know, maybe I'm cold-hearted. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, because you got to look at it like that. That was Brian's fault that his
Right.
parents' house was done like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily the parents' fault unless it is proven that they knew about it and they didn't.
God
they
help
would,
him if that
Well,
comes out.
yeah.
Okay,
But
so if he's taking trash next door to the neighbors and he doesn't have any of his DNA in those bags, it's just his dad's. I mean, don't you think his parents would have noticed him like not throwing things away, or you know what I mean?
Not if he's
mean, how
just
did
That's
he
a
not
good
generally
get
point.
any of
weird as
his?
shit.
Yeah, how did he not? How did he not get any DNA at all in any of the trash bags? So
Gloves.
to me, it'd be like I would notice that my son's not throwing stuff away.
Well, let me ask you this: when he went to jail in either Pennsylvania, and especially in Idaho, did they take a blood test?
I would assume,
Yeah, I don't know if I ever heard that they did, but I
but
would assume
I
they
know
yeah,
when you go to jail here, it's blood. It's a blood
yeah.
test for
Here,
everybody that comes
here
in the jail.
they get your DNA too. I hear a background noise. But here they do DNA and stuff like that too. I would assume that they did, but it was never said that they did.
Because if they did a blood test, now they got the DNA.
Mhm. And it was whenever they seen him throwing the trash in the neighbor's trash can, it was like I think they said 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
right.
His parents might have been asleep and not knew it. Like whenever they raided the house at 1:30 in the morning, I wonder if his parents were awake and knew that he was in the kitchen area putting his personal trash in Ziploc baggies, or were they asleep and didn't know that he was doing it?
Oh, what's that noise? Somebody crumbling something?
I don't know. I keep hearing it.
I'm gonna mute to see if it's me.
Okay. I
Yep,
don't hear it.
it's
It
you.
must, yeah, Lady V, it must have been you. I don't hear it anymore.
I don't hear it right now either.
You can tell if you watch the StreamYard window when they're hearing the noise. It'll kind of light up around their face.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got to get
that's
back
true.
on StreamYard. I was over here looking up something about Scorpios.
What did it say? Oh, by the way, Violet, I got you. I got you earlier about you're not prickly, so but I can't type, so that was
Uh,
funny.
so it does say that Scorpios are one of the most misunderstood signs of the zodiac. So that goes along with Brian because he seems to be completely misunderstood. And literally, if he'd have been born a day later, he would have went into the next sign.
That means he's on the cusp, which means he's got traits from both.
And I don't even know which sign is after Scorpio, but the Scorpio one ends at November the 21st.
When was he? What day?
November
I, I
21st.
believe that would be Sagittarius.
November, December's Capricorn, isn't it?
All I know is
Mid December to early
October.
January.
All I know is October is Libra.
Yeah.
In Scorpio starts October the 23rd to November the 21st.
Jan asked, didn't they ask the father to open the door? On a no-knock warrant, they probably broke a window at the back of the house, threw in a flashbang, and then crushed the front door.
Exactly.
They're not going to give him time to react, especially a
Oh.
murder suspect of 4 people.
Yeah, he
That
wasn't going
they
to get away.
that they've been looking for what was
Yeah.
it, 7 weeks?
That they
Something
followed
like that.
across the freaking country. They didn't give him much time. I'm sure they didn't give him much chance to react.
Yeah, that they claimed that they watched him throw trash in the neighbor's trash can at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, wearing gloves. And I had seen somebody had posted in one of the Facebook groups that has to do with Idaho murders that the FBI is claiming that the morning that they seen Bryan throwing the trash out at like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, that they almost ran over him with their car.
What?
And I think I might have showed that, but it
What?
didn't make sense because why? If you're surveilling him and
Why are you that close?
yeah, like why are you driving your car? Okay, I hear it again.
Me too.
Why would you be driving your car down the street if you're watching someone? Unless he was walking away from the house and he just got out of their line of vision, so they had to move their car or something. But then how do you almost run over him with your car?
Shift change. I mean, that'd be the only thing I could think of is shift change.
Could have been somebody coming in like new ones coming in to watch him, and
Or
I
if
don't
they
know,
were
it was
watching them from multiple locations, not just one. They could
Scarlett,
be
I'm
watching
gonna
the back of the house and the front of the house at the same time.
sorry, Scarlett, I'm gonna jump down. If you put the link back in, I'll try coming back up.
okay. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, let me drop this link
So
real quick.
I'll be good for tomorrow morning. All right.
Okay.
Scarlett, I want to thank you for letting me let out those Amber Alerts,
Oh,
and
you're
I will try
welcome.
to keep on. I will try and keep on posted as far as the progress on that.
Okay, yeah, keep me up to date on it because, like I said, that one I haven't. I literally just saw the two different ones, but I haven't really heard a whole lot since then.
All right. Until next time, as always, be good to yourself, be kind to yourself, love yourself, and I'll see you again soon.
Okay, well,
We'll
have a good
see
night.
you.
Thank you for coming up.
Night.
Let's see. I need to find out what comes after the Zodiac or the Scorpio sign.
Oh, you guys and that stupid stuff. God.
Well, I mean, King Scarlet brought it up, so now I want to know, like, what is it all about? Okay, Must Have Got Lost says it's a Sagittarius.
Next thing
I've never.
you know, we'll be having a freaking seance. Break
Oh,
up the Ouija board.
I like the spirit box. That's what I gotta buy.
Let's ask the Ouija board.
Okay, so it
Magic
is a
8-ball?
Sagittarius. Okay, wait. What are all these things? This thing that I just looked up on Wikipedia talking about like all of the signs. It says that he is polarity is negative for Bryan. Modality is fixed. He is, I guess, the water sign. His northern hemisphere season is autumn. Southern is spring. There's too much that goes into this whole.
See, yeah, when you talk about all that, all I hear is cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Yeah, there's like too much. They even have like an ecliptic longitude. Yeah, that's too much. I just know I'm a Libra. I got scales as my sign, and that's all I know.
I read my horoscope like, I don't know, twice a year. That's about it. I usually get a good laugh out of it. I know there's people that are really into it. I'm not trying to like downgrade it if you're into it, but I just
I
see it as weird.
I don't even know if I'm air, water, whatever. I don't even know which one of those I am. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you?
I just know Virgos are good lovers and they wear their heart on their sleeves, so I'm proud to be a Virgo, I guess.
All right, is Lady V back in here? I don't know if she was leaving chat completely and trying to come back into chat and then come back up, or what she was doing.
I do not know, but I am going to call it a night because I have someone coming to fix my ventilation system in my kitchen tomorrow.
Oh,
So how'd your party go, Big Al?
Oh man, this weekend was nuts. Only one person called in sick, so that was good. But it was extremely busy up here this weekend. I mean, it was.
What
like
about your cook?
Cook's still in the wind.
Oh, okay.
On drugs somewhere, I'm guessing.
Oh, wow.
But I have a part-time guy starting this Friday. I've known most of my life, so I know he's going to show up for work. But yeah, it was like I said earlier, we had the best weather in Minnesota for Memorial Weekend in 50 years.
Well, that was a good thing.
Well, it's good for people that want to sit on their boat on the lake and not go to the bar and not come out to eat.
That is true too.
You know, a lot of people barbecued when they normally, would be inside. And so a lot of the restaurants really felt a big hit. Places that did big bands and stuff outside did really well, but you got to sell a lot of beer to make money. The money's in the food. So, and up here, the prices are cheap. A bottle of beer is $4. If you go down to Minneapolis, a bottle of beer is $7 to $8. We just can't get
Oh,
away
well.
with we can't get away with charging city prices up here. So
Right.
So yeah, but y'all have a great night. Thanks for having me up again, and
Oh, you're welcome.
we'll see you for the next one. And we should really plan that other chat. I think that'd be fun.
Yes, we will have to figure out a time when both
What
of
works
us.
for everybody?
Yeah, doesn't we don't neither one have anything else to do, and when everybody in chat, when it's good for them, also.
Yeah, some of them probably won't want to take part,
Right.
which is fine.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if not, that's completely fine as well.
But there is so much going on in the world right now that just deserves a little bit of attention. So I'm down with that conversation.
Okay. Yeah. We'll
It's all right.
have to work it out sometime.
Well, Riddler, I still think you might be Cat Turd
No,
because you sound just like him, man.
I thought he
Oh,
was Gregory the first time he came on the panel. I thought it was Gregory.
If you go listen, if you go, do you follow him on Twitter, Scarlett? Cat Turd? It's
No,
Cat Turd 2. It's CATTURD 2. Look
I don't think so.
and listen to like 30 seconds of his podcast.
Okay.
It doesn't sound just like Riddler.
Oh wow. Like I said, I thought
You're in Florida, aren't you?
yeah, I'm from Florida.
You're northern Florida, though, right? Panhandle?
No, Northeast Florida.
Oh, okay. Because you've got the North Florida accent big time.
Oh, yes, almost like South Georgia. Yeah.
Yep, you do. All right. Well, hey, Lady V, welcome back, and it's good to see you.
And goodbye.
You sound better.
Yeah, I think my phone was freezing up.
I don't hear the chirping
okay.
noise anymore. It sounded like you had a cricket and a noose.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm just teasing you. I got big jokes on my way out the door.
Yeah, somebody asked me if I was doing my nails. No, I'm not doing my nails.
That's funny.
Well,
all right, yeah, I'll take
I'm
care.
a nail tech, and
right.
I was on.
Have a good night, Big L.
I was doing her, and I was filing my nails. Didn't even realize it while I was on chat.
And everybody could hear it.
Yeah,
The
when I
nail
was
file.
on panel, everybody heard me like filing my nails. I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about that. So it became a running joke. So I was gone a while. Are we leaving or?
No, I'm gonna be here for another 15 minutes probably.
Oh, what were we talking about?
Something Kohberger. I did look into the Scorpio zodiac sign that he is, but like I said, he's like literally on the last day of that sign.
That does make a difference.
And then like the next day it goes into the Sagittarius, and I didn't look into that, but it did say that Scorpios are the most misunderstood sign of the zodiac.
Right.
Which I can see because he's very, well, I would say misunderstood, but understood at the same time.
Right. Because I am actually on the 21st of April, and I'm like right on the cusp of Aries and Taurus. And it does make a difference for sure. But,
Let's see, won the soccer game, lost softball, both were great. Oh, Nora, that is awesome. She was talking about her daughter had a soccer game and a softball game in one day.
Wow.
So won the soccer game but lost the softball one.
Aw.
Is it fast pitch softball?
Isn't that regular ball? I don't have any idea.
Yeah, so fast pitch is mostly what, high school?
Yeah, high school, college.
Yeah.
Well, Little League now plays fast pitch. They won't play slow pitch anymore.
Oh, okay.
I like fast pitch because when I was a little boy, my dad played it, and I was a bat boy, and I couldn't be on his team because they already had a bat boy, so I got to be with this other team, and I had my own little uniform and everything like my mom made.
Aww.
And then one day they quit playing it, and men started playing slow pitch because it was a faster game. It only lasted an hour, and it was less dangerous as fast pitch.
Okay, yeah, she said it was fast pitch.
Great, I love fast pitch. I follow the Florida Gators, and they usually do pretty well, but this year they didn't make the World Series. So,
oh well, she said she's in 7th grade.
Yeah.
So junior high. So I wonder if she's going to testify for the defense. Sweet Melissa, that is a good question. She had asked a second ago. Did anyone watch Confessions of a Serial Killer with Catherine Ramsland? And I told her no, I hadn't seen it, and she was wanting to know if she was going to testify for the defense. And she found the show or movie on A&E. Hey Joanne, how are you?
The question I like to ask is the Bundy jury. The last trial he had there.
Mm-hmm.
Ask them, other than the bite marks, was Bundy winning or losing? Because he defended himself.
Yeah.
And a lot of experts said they believe he was winning.
Yeah, I've
And
heard that.
even the judge, before he said, I wish you'd have never committed these horrendous crimes, because I'd have loved to see you in my courtroom.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. You ought
Yeah.
you ought to watch that on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, and
And
his was the first trial they actually used bite marks as evidence.
mhm.
I bet you though that blew his ego up,
Oh
even though he
yeah.
lost it and all that, just for the judge to tell him that. Bet you that blew his ego up.
That's
And
why a
so
lot of people was expecting BK to try to defend himself. Well, he would have really been not smart there.
I could see him doing that.
I could.
I just I could see it.
BK was a chameleon. I mean, if you look at his
Yeah, he
resume, I
was.
mean, like church leader, Boy Scout leader, family type guy, full time job, all that, and then the other dark side of him.
You mean Ted
But
Bundy?
then
No,
Bundy and
BK. I mean,
BTK the same way.
BTK. I'm talking
Oh,
about. I'm sorry.
BTK. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
BTK.
BTK. Yeah, I live like 5 miles from him.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that, and I said, "Wow." And you're
Yeah.
lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we had a distant family member that was one of his victims as well. But yeah, we actually met him a few times when we were at my sister and brother-in-law's, because their dog kept getting out, and he was not very nice about that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And then to find out that's who he was, I mean, that just, yeah.
That floppy disk destroyed him. See,
Yeah.
they all
I
think they can
mean,
outsmart the
like,
law, because all the law says, we're just waiting for you to
I was
make
like,
one mistake.
yeah.
I
And
still want to
he's
read
like,
up on
hey,
him.
be honest with me. He's like, be honest with me. If I send you floppy disk, can you guys trace it back to the computer? And they're like, no. He's like, okay, I believe you. And he does it, and he gets his butt caught. I was
Yeah,
just like,
I want
really?
to read more up on him because I don't know a whole lot
Oh, there's
other
some
than
good movies on him
He's
if you go on Roku.
I'm gonna have to look
yeah,
for him. But I
he's
want
fascinating.
the book that Catherine Ramsland
The
helped
Ramsfield,
write. Yeah,
right?
I want to read that one. But it's crazy because like his daughter Carrie, I follow her. Like we follow each other on Twitter, and she is such a sweetheart. She's very
She is.
sweet, and she's always willing to help advocate for someone,
Yeah,
and coming from a father like that,
yeah. But he was a
it
perfect father, perfect
just
husband, perfect father.
Well,
but
look at Bundy. He was good to his girlfriend and her daughter. Now, I know
Yeah,
he finally broke up with her, and then he got married to another one while he was in prison and had a child. I forgot his daughter's name.
what is her name?
can't imagine
Was it
being
Debbie?
Bundy's.
What's her? Didn't she change her name and it's Debbie now?
That I don't remember.
I want to say
I
that
can't
I'd read
imagine.
that.
Can you imagine being one of these? Not BTK. I mean, that's a little bit different. But can you imagine like being Ted Bundy's daughter?
No,
I mean, I
that
don't
is
even know where I'd begin with in my brain with that one.
because I mean my
Rose is her
thing
name. Rose.
Rose. Okay, my thing goes to like their kids when they're in school and how mean and
Mm-hmm.
hateful people can be in school and finding out that your parent done something like that. Uh,
Yeah,
just the bullying part of it.
Well, Adolf
yeah,
Hitler's brother lived in the United States, and his nephews and nieces go to school over here. in the United States.
Oh wow.
But once again, they got vetted, and they're not connected to that quack, all of this stuff he did.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where my mind goes to. Just like the
Yeah.
family of these people who do this, but mostly the kids. Because
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean,
you got to feel bad for
yeah.
them.
I mean, I do. I do. But, and normally I'm like, my heart does go out to some of them, but I honestly, I'll be honest with you, Scarlett, on this one,
Mhm.
there is no way that there's no way that the sisters, I mean, the sister, that's what she does.
Wait, you're breaking up.
In mental health. I mean, I said,
You're talking about
how did
with
she not see the
Brian?
sign? The sister that's
Yeah.
in, yeah, she's in the mental health industry, being a doctor or whatever. I mean, how,
Yeah, I've questioned that too. Like, I even questioned, has she sit and just questioned herself? Like, what did I miss? And just going back and thinking over different things that when she's been around Brian, like, did she miss something? Uh, was there signs there? Because I mean, this dude literally just he goes and commits these murders and just goes back to his everyday life like nothing ever happened. Like
yeah, but
it did.
that's what all of them do, though.
So I'm wondering if it just like when he was around the family, especially the sister that's in the mental health field, did he just not act any different?
Is that why she went into that field?
That's a good question. Could have been.
I mean, I don't know. And this thing with him, his mom writing that, I don't know. That's just, I don't know.
I don't know. There's a lot of questions
I
that
just
people
feel,
still have.
yeah. Even if they didn't acknowledge it out loud, I wonder if they weren't surprised. You know,
Right.
I mean, what did he and his dad talk about all the way home?
That's a good question. That is, how many miles was it?
Nine.
2,000, over 2,000
Yeah,
miles?
yeah. It was.
Several days? That's a long car ride to know that you've committed these murders. And were you anxious to tell somebody like your
Yeah.
dad? Was that relationship that good that you could tell your dad anything?
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, we have people that look at Brian Laundrie's mom. I would change my guts for you. I'd help you get
Yeah.
out. I'd do the,
Oh,
so they're out there,
yeah.
and it's like, so
I mean, like
I
the
don't
Brian
know
Laundrie
how with the
case.
relationship.
Go ahead. Wait, is she still here?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
the
Um.
letter he wrote. The Burnett letter that she wrote to
Yeah.
him.
Burn after reading. Yeah.
So I was just saying that there are those people out there that are like, I don't care what they did, I'm going to be there for them, and I would be there for my child too,
Mm,
because you don't stop loving them, but you
right.
don't like you don't cover up for them either.
Yeah.
So I wonder,
And I
I
can
just can't
completely
see.
see like that relationship between Brian Laundrie and
Yeah.
Roberta. I could see that relationship where he could tell his mom anything and she would keep it to herself.
Oh, I totally agree, and I'm kind of thinking the same thing about his dad.
But I think in that relationship though, between the mom and the dad, I think Roberta wears the pants and whatever Roberta says goes in that household.
Oh, I'm sure my husband wouldn't have put up with it.
And,
Mm.
and I don't, she's claiming it was a quote out of a book, but why put burn after reading on it?
Well, it's a children's book. She's claiming it was after. Really?
I mean, he's 20 something years old. Why are you quoting a children's book to your 20 something year old
Exactly.
son? Especially about that. And then his girlfriend is murdered. He's found dead, which I still have questions about.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this notebook of him in his writing, they say, of him confessing to what happened to Gabby. And
Right.
so I'm wondering, like that relationship between Bryan and his mama, does Bryan Kohberger and his dad have that same relationship?
That's what I was wondering. I kind of think they do, to be honest.
Because that car ride from Washington to the other side of the United States, that had to have been an interesting car ride.
I don't know that he could have kept it secret that long. I mean, he had to be with his narcissistic traits and his blown up head thinking he's smarter than everybody else. I cannot see him not be busting to tell somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Bundy, when he was in prison, he helped the I think it was Oregon
Yeah, he did.
detectives. He told me, he said, "You guys are doing it all wrong. When you find a body, leave it there and just survey it."
Yeah. Yeah,
And
with Gary Ridgway,
yeah.
he really helped.
Now the Zodiac, they ever catch that guy? I keep hearing, yeah, we got him, and then the FBI says, no, we
No.
don't.
No, I think that case is still
No.
open.
That's a strange one. I watch that and I get chills.
Yeah.
I remember watching that movie when it first came out.
You have the
And that
news
was
reporter, and
that was the first time I'd ever even heard of the Zodiac killer and all that, was when that movie first came out.
I was in my teens whenever it happened.
I'm trying to think of the guy called the Unabomber.
Oh,
Oh,
Ted
gosh.
Ted
David Kaczynski.
Zelensky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it? Wait, what was his name? Was it? No, Zelensky. That ain't his name.
Kaczynski or something like that.
Kaczynski. That's it. Yeah.
Now he's serving in the same prison as bind torture. Yeah, BTK, right?
Let me see where he's at. I
don't know that.
Let's see where he's at.
I know they had Timothy McVeigh in that same.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I think that's where the worst of the worst go.
Let's see, where is he at? Does it not say where he's at? And his name is Theodore John Kaczynski, but it does not say. Surely it's got to say somewhere on here where he is, where he's at. Okay, so he was moved from Colorado Supermax to a facility in North Carolina, but when did this come out?
Wow.
Oh, does this not have a date on it? Okay, so this was December 23rd of 2021. It says that he was moved from Colorado Supermax to a prison medical facility in North Carolina.
A medical facility?
Yeah, it says a prison medical facility in North Carolina.
How
old
is he now? He's got to be getting pretty old.
2021, he was 79.
Wow.
Michelle, have a good night.
That's when I was kind of surprised never tried to escape.
Nora's grandma, he's not alive anymore. Wasn't Timothy McVeigh, wasn't he executed?
Lethal injection.
Yeah.
Lethal injection. Now, I'll tell you what, if you want to watch something interesting, I never knew it until I watched, and you can watch it right here on YouTube, called A Noble Lie.
Uh-huh.
Now, you want to see something, I thought about going into that as a cold case. The United States Air Force reenacted that whole situation, and they said there's no way that van brought that building down, parked outside. They put the same exact explosives as Timothy McVeigh used, and it just scratched the surface of the building,
Mhm.
blew the van all apart. So they doubled it and tripled it, and the same thing happened. Nothing. Now, in that case, there was a police officer who got there first, and he saw bombs inside the building. And all
So
of us,
one set
and he
one
was,
set them all off then, basically.
and he was told not to talk about it, and he was going to investigate it. And next thing you know, that police officer mysteriously passes away from suicide.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I actually I've seen that.
And if you look at the body, how did that body wind up like that? His body. But that whole thing with Timothy McVeigh is real strange. But watch A Noble Lie, and
Okay.
it'll bring some things jog back to your head.
You know, I'm trying to say. I remember when it happened. 1995 is what it says here. I remember when it happened. I was 14 at the
Timothy
time.
McVeigh, or
Yeah, Timothy McVeigh.
yeah,
Or well, when the Oklahoma City thing happened.
right, yeah,
Yeah, because my aunt and them were living in Oklahoma City whenever it happened, and then moved out from there right after that. And I
Wow.
remember her talking about that she had been in that building several different times, and it's crazy to know that a building that you had been in that had happened.
Boy, that would be a weird feeling.
Right. So,
but the weird thing is, I'm not going to mention it here because I don't want to be a spoiler alert. But go look at what agency did not show up to work that day. They were somewhere else.
okay, I'll,
And
I'll for sure look that up.
yeah, it's interesting. I watched it for about an hour and a half.
Mhm. Yeah, I want to look at. I'll look that up. I for sure want to read some more into BTK though,
Oh, you won't be disappointed.
because I want to like him and Ted Bundy, because I don't know like the deep dive story into it, just what I've heard here and there. But I would just want to see like what the similarities are between them two and what BK has done, because the survivors from of Ted Bundy are saying that when they heard about the Idaho 4 murders, it brought
Hmm.
back memories and just the
Exactly.
similarities to it. And
Yeah.
it's almost, and I think it was King Scarlet that had said it earlier. It's almost like BK has taken all of these different SKs and trying to
Exactly.
mix them up into his own twist of things.
Yes.
And,
With
like
even a little
asking,
bit Gacy in there.
Yeah,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, he walked into the sorority and just smashed their heads with different objects in the room, like a lamp.
yeah, the lady said one of the survivors that was at the sorority house said that that's what he did, and that's what reminded them of what Bryan Kohberger did. Was that it was where Ted Bundy's was at a sorority house and for college girls. This one wasn't at a sorority house with BK, but it was for college students, and went room to room with his victims. And so it's kind of like that aspect of being a Ted Bundy thing, but didn't BTK like his first time was four victims also?
Yeah, his was the Otero family was the very first ones,
Hmm.
and yeah, we see actually see Charlie. We see him on his. He's got a great big oh Harley that he
Uh-huh.
drives. We see him around town every now and then. He's just it's just heartbreaking.
Right.
My husband's actually been to that house quite a few times
Oh wow.
to do a job there, and he said it's just, I mean, because he grew up. I didn't grow up here. I didn't know who BTK was. I was from Missouri, and I didn't know who BTK was until I married my husband and moved to Wichita. And he had several run-ins with him. And my husband's memory is very long, And when you have something that affects you the way that it did them, like there was one time when they were kids and they were playing in the big ditch out here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's like a huge storm thing where, so we don't flood.
Right.
And there was a guy that was following him and things like that there. And they like, he was like acting really weird and they went running. And then one time him and his best friend were in, their car broke down
Mm-hmm.
and they were hitchhiking and this guy picked him up and my husband was in the front seat. Uh, his friend was in the back seat and this guy tried to put his hand on my husband's knee and he didn't know what to do and his friend's in the back, he's like, well, why don't I take you home first and then blah blah blah, and my husband's like, no, you gotta drop me off here, and because we got to work on our taekwondo. He's a teenage
Right.
kid scared to death. He said we got to work on our karate and all of this
Oh
stuff.
wow.
And he said in both of those cases that's exactly who it was.
Oh my
Was him.
gosh. That's
And
crazy.
yeah, they were terrified. I mean, they lived in. And then when he started leaving his messages, he left one of them like a half a mile from where I live. And it was really, and I live out in the boonies, and it was really like very unnerving.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll tell you another one. The Casanova killer.
Oh, that guy.
His name was Paul John Knowles. Now, some people call Glenn Edward Rogers the Casanova, but he's nowhere compared to this guy. This Paul John Knowles, they said, was like a movie star. He had those features, those looks. I mean, this guy kidnaps a police officer while on duty,
Oh my god.
carries him out in the woods, ties him up to a tree, and does what he did with everybody else.
See, that happened during the 70s. The Casanova killer.
Yeah, that happened in around 74.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that one either. I just Googled it. That there's like a lot of SKs out there that I've never heard of.
It was like the 70s and 80s were like huge for that. And that was when I was a teenager. And so, I mean, that really left an impression on me. Like I
Right.
was saying earlier about that's why that's why I started saying something about I think you're going to find this is a serial killer because there were just too many things that reminded me of, and I mean, I would have never thought that. I mean, that's not the first place my mind goes, but there was just too many similarities in several of these SKs, and I
Mhm.
just couldn't shake it.
All right. I
I
mean,
mean,
I
and
didn't
there's
even.
some things he did like perfectly. I mean, and some things it was like, I don't I just think he wanted to get caught. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think BTK wanted to maybe get caught the way he did, but I think he wanted to be caught because he didn't want to go down like Jack the Ripper that nobody knows who it was. He wanted to be noticed before he left this world. And
Yeah.
he's getting older and I think he wanted to be caught. And I think
Possibility.
DK wanted to be caught too because it is just a big game to him.
Yeah. Like he's loving the attention and the whole courtroom part of it, and you know, people talking about it the way they're doing and all that. It's
Oh yeah, they said
huge game to him.
he's obsessed with watching everything he can on himself.
Yeah. It's that ego. He's wanting to know whether it's good or bad because like they say, even bad publicity is good
It's
publicity.
publicity, right?
And so he wants to see whether it's good or bad what people are saying, and these women who are sending him money and are in love with him and all this and that is just blowing the ego up even more.
Oh yeah. And
you know
those women need to get their head checked. I'm sorry, but
yeah, they do.
uh, yeah, I don't I had okay, somebody sent me I think I'm very seldom on Facebook, but I got on Facebook this afternoon for some reason and somebody sent me a DM while I was on there saying it was one of these meme things and
Mhm.
it's like what would you say to your husband or significant other, whatever, what would you say to them if they called you and said that they were in prison? And I would be, mine was tough. You know what?
Mhm.
I'm like, yeah, too bad, so sad. You're not getting any money from me to get out. I mean, just, yeah. I, so I can't understand these women at all. It's like, are you, unless they want to be infamous too. Now, I have thought about that, whoever scores the guy, they
Their
would
name
be
gets
kind
out
of
there.
infamous. Yeah, they'd be infamous as well.
Yeah, because I mean, they will literally send it to him on Tailmate, and then they get a receipt showing that they sent it, and it has his name on there, and it has the amount that they've sent, and the date, and all this and that. And they will take their receipt and they will put it on social media. Like
Yeah,
they're like one woman, like I said, she sent him $100. One woman for Valentine's Day sent him 50, and then there was when the woman posted her $100 receipt, then there was two other women that came in and was like $25 each. Like this dude is racking money up, sitting in jail.
Do
Just
you think?
imagine when he
Do you
goes to trial and if he's convicted and he
oh
goes to
yeah,
prison.
oh yeah.
now? Do you think that it might be sympathy? The mother. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure from a female's point of view that it's sympathy for the way that some of these guys were brought up and they didn't get any
No.
help. Because I mean,
No,
Danny Rolling had the worst childhood of any I've
Yeah,
ever,
he did.
and Bundy did too. I mean, he had a bad one.
Yeah, but okay, even with that, I say no. I mean, part of you as a mom kind of a little bit thinks, well, that's really terrible and it's bad and all of that. And so I guess a little bitty tiny part of me might be. But in this case, BK,
that don't seem like
that's
that was
not
the
anything.
issue. And
Yeah,
unless we just don't, because like the saying is, you don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
right. But
Um,
I mean, that hasn't even been broached.
no, and if you think about it, like he went to high school and graduated. He went on to college, like he was literally going to make a good life for himself if he would have finished out his PhD program.
Right.
He'd have had a very good job. He would have had a very successful career. Um, what is the reason for this? And I think there's like three main questions I want to know. One is the motive, one is about the car, and what was the other one? There was three. I just told King Scarlet or Kelly Dime earlier. Hell, I done forgot the third one now.
Well,
But
my question is, why this house? Why these girls? Because the
that's
guy was he just happened to be there.
yeah, like
I mean, he wasn't supposed to be in there.
yeah,
He's over there.
Ethan.
Yeah, he's just gonna spend the night over there for whatever reasons. Maybe he's had too much to drink, or she feels insecure about something, or there was that fight and blah blah blah. But normally he doesn't stay there. He has his own place.
Right.
But
Do you
and all,
guys
oh, I'm sorry.
no, no, go ahead.
And why did he pick that night? Was that pre-planned? Like a week ahead of time? And did he do any dry runs?
That's what I'm wondering because Kaylee had done moved out. She was only back for that weekend to show her friends her new car and
Right.
basically party with her friends one last time before she goes on her Europe trip and then was going to move to Texas. So part of me wants to think maybe Kaylee was the target, but then part of me wants to think that Maddie was the target. And it just so happens that night, on a night that Ethan and Kaylee both were there, that it happened.
And I'm really confused. And maybe it doesn't play anything into it. When the dad said he didn't have to go
Go up,
upstairs
yeah,
Yeah,
or up those steps or something.
he
yeah.
didn't
And
have
I
to
and I
go.
don't know if that can be, maybe I'm interpreting wrong. Is like he came there to get those two and not the one up the two girls upstairs.
Upstairs. Right.
So did a drug deal go wrong? What does the dad know that nobody else has yet known?
Right. Because I mean, I wondered about that. Like, what did he mean? Because he didn't clarify what he was saying.
But then he turns around and says the wounds upstairs are worse than the ones downstairs.
Yeah, and that Kaylee's wounds were worse than Maddie's.
Right.
So, and Sally, no, he wasn't a TA for any of them. But I don't know. I'm curious about the motive in the car. It's probably like, did they find anything in that car? And the 8 hour time gap. That was the third thing. Like, why did you need to wait 8 hours?
Of course, the big thing is going to be jury selection.
True.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've been in every one of these chats, and they put up there, "Do you think BK will be found guilty or not guilty?" And it's normally 90% saying guilty,
Hmm.
but there'll always be 10 to 16% says not guilty. And I've even seen people put on here, unless they find the knife, he's innocent. Unless they can show me that he was in that house at those hours, he's innocent, or he's
Right.
not guilty. I should say it that way.
Right. Yeah. One thing you got to look at: are they going to do a change of venue? Uh, because if it is a death penalty case, then you've got to get a jury that is, whenever they ask them, okay, what is your take on the death penalty? If anybody goes in and they're against it, they're not going to put them on a jury panel that is for a death penalty case.
Right.
So they got like they have that issue they got to deal with too. Just the jury selection could take 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I don't know who's in charge of the. Or first of all, they're going to bring in a pool of people, about 50, and then narrow it down to 6 or 12, whatever it is in that state. But
What for the jury?
yeah, how many's on that
It's
jury?
well, they'll do 12 jurors and 6 alternates. Or well, that's how they did it with Vallow.
Okay.
There was I want to say, was it 1,500 people that they had sent out to come in for jury duty, and then they started, like, they would bring in so many at a time, and then they would start asking their questions, and then they would whichever ones they wanted, and then they kind of dwindle it down from there. But it ends up being 12 jurors, 8 or 6 alternates, and then they all 18 will sit in for the entire trial. And then whenever it gets time for deliberation, then they will draw out 6 names, and those 6 names are the alternates.
Right.
So they won't go into for deliberation.
All right, but what I'm saying is, once they start, let's just say they get 100 people in there, and they're going to break it down to like what you said about 18.
Hmm.
Once they start asking questions, who decides who those 18 are in Idaho? I know in my state, they let the defense and the prosecutors which ones they agree on. Okay, we got
Right.
these 8 now, but you're saying you don't want that one, and he's saying he wants them, and he doesn't want yours. So then the judge, I guess, would have to decide who goes on there.
Yeah, because I know each one of them, the state and the defense, I believe they get so many. I forgot what they call it.
Strikes, I think.
I think it's strikes. Just like say no, we don't want this person or whatever. Uh,
Once
I
you're
don't.
out of strikes, you pretty much have to just take what
Right.
they get. The other side gets,
Yeah.
because you can't strike them anymore.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever hear about Bryan Kohberger?
About who?
Bryan Kohberger.
No, I've never heard of him.
I think he was like 19 years old. You need to look him up. It's Bryan and Kohee. He
Okay.
killed his parents brutally, and he was talking about he was into true crime and all of this stuff, and he wanted to go into criminology and everything. And when he was finished talking to him, the whole point of this, for me to tell you, is that when when he was just sitting around, and I mean, he went in, he turned himself in. Uh,
Hmm.
Wait a minute, what did he do? Oh no, it wasn't. It was a homeless man that he like cut up and everything. That's what it was. And he
I lost her.
turned himself in, and all is still being. Oh, can
Lady
you
D,
hear me?
you're cutting. Yeah, you're cutting in and
Hello,
out really
hello.
bad. Can you still hear us?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I
don't
can hear
think
you.
Okay. Yeah, you were cutting in and out really bad.
What time is it?
3:16. Central Time.
Okay. It's
It's
probably
getting
my
time for your
internet.
internet. Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
remember you telling me that before.
anyway, real quick, what happened was that he was sitting there and he was talking to him, and he said, I always knew I would be in this building. Either I'd be in here for committing a crime, or I'd be in here because he wanted to go to college. He wanted to go in the military. He wanted to take all this stuff and become a forensic detective type of thing. So he always knew. So he was like always into all of this stuff because that's what he wanted to do. But
Hmm.
then, but then he went to the other side. It's kind of like Brian K, where he's going for the criminology and all of this stuff, but then he ends up doing the opposite. And so it's kind of, I don't know, to me it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe they get, I don't know, maybe they get ideas from it, and then it just kind of takes over.
And what was it? Spell his last name again?
Cohee.
Okay, first name was Brian, right?
Brian, Brian. Yeah,
Okay.
he unalived a homeless person, uh took a knife at like 40 times or something like that, but he
Oh wow.
also ended up like dismembering.
Hmm.
And he only got caught because his car got stuck. He was getting ready, so he was putting like arms one place, legs another, and all of this. And he when he went to put the torso in this river thing, his car got caught. It rolled down in it, and they had to call a tow truck to get him out. His parents had to call a tow truck to get him out, and they saw red stuff on his vehicle. and
Oh
and then
wow.
this guy was missing, and that so I think it was like the next day he just walked into the police station and said, I'm here because I unalived a person and I want to turn myself in. And he sat down. You'll never watch another interview. I was like, not only, okay, this is terrible, but not only did he walk in and say, hey, I did this, but talk about a storyteller. I mean, I think he's like 19. I
Hmm.
was fascinated by the way he was telling. I mean,
Like all the
every little
details of
bitty
it.
thing. Yeah, every little bitty thing and background and everything. They didn't
Oh
have to
wow.
ask hardly anything of him. It was incredible. And he's like, yeah, so I figured, I'd be here one way or the other. We're in this building sooner or later.
Oh wow.
One day. One day is what he said.
Yeah.
Have y'all ever seen the series I Almost Got Away with It?
Yeah,
I think I've watched like
almost.
one episode of that.
Oh, I've watched dozens of them. Gosh, it's great. I guess they got about 6 years of it.
Yeah, I think
But
I think
you hear
it's
all
one.
these people. They think they're smarter.
Right. I think Brian Kohberger for sure thought that he was smarter than everybody else and that he was gonna uh, be able to do this and get away with it, and then possibly it turn into maybe a cold case or someone else will be like the wrong person get arrested for it, and then he can move on and do it again. And kind
Right.
of just like his cool down period would be the whole investigation and the search and for search for the person who did it and all this and that, and that just wasn't the
Well,
case.
I tell you what, I think if they had not caught him, I think he most definitely would have done this again. He
I do
he
too.
enjoyed it too much.
Yeah,
I
I do
mean,
too,
Yeah, same here.
for sure.
I don't know where his next target was.
Yeah, I don't know.
coffee.
Yeah, I think I'm
Yeah.
about to end it here for the night.
Alrighty. Well, I'll jump down so you can say goodbye. It was nice visiting with you guys, and
Oh well, thank you for coming up.
I always enjoy talking to you guys.
For sure.
All
It's
right.
it's
Good
been a
night.
good
Have a
conversation
wonderful.
tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I
Always
think
always
so
learn
too.
something new when I come on here. So thank you
Oh
for
yeah.
having me.
All right. Thank
Good
both of
night.
y'all for coming up. Y'all have a good night. See you later. Have a good night. Sally, may you have a good night as well. So yeah, I'm about to get out of here, y'all. But thank you all for coming and hanging out with me and all the panel guests and everything. It was another night of good conversation. Let's see. Go to bed. I'll rewind to see what I missed. All right, Donja. Well, thank you for dropping in and joining us. Scott, have a good night as well. All right, guys. Well, I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, day, afternoon, wherever you may be. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow night.